What do we do? No need to panic. Itachi, it's just like you said. I'll be teaming up with you starting today. I'm Kisame Hoshigaki, formerly of the Hidden Mist, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. So pleased to make your acquaintance. And you are Itachi Uchiha, formerly of the Hidden Mist.
Aren't you supposed to entertain us? Fox Mother, if you send me a couple of ching ching ching, I'll entertain you. Hello. Yes, it's me, Fat Man. I mean Batman. I doubled. Run them likes up. If there's 2 of you guys, there should be 2 likes, 2 super chats, 2 super gifts, 2 new members, and 2 people right now behind this security badge that will make you top flight security of the world. Now there's 4 of you guys. There should be 4 likes, 4 super chats, 4 super gifts, 4 new members, and 4 people buying this top flight security of the world badge.
You don't even understand yourself. You're just a
Guys, please just get me to 1 million subscribers. Share my videos.
You can't control it. What is going on? Why is he standing in my kitchen?
He's been teaching me how to box.
My son will need another man to teach him shit.
Diamond didn't expect Gianna's husband to come home so early. He awkward Diamond comfortably on, then gazed at Gianna with affection and walked out the door. The door slammed shut behind him. A fierce argument erupted inside immediately. Later, he made plans to meet Gianna. While waiting at her doorstep, he heard Shamar verbally accusing his son Leon, all because the boy read a comic book. Shamar called him a sissy, citing he didn't deserve to be his son. Leon stayed silent the whole time.
You gonna cry?
I need money to entertain. What up? I comment on your latest video. Woohoo, bro! I should be super famous and super viral by now, guys. Run them likes up. 13 likes, 13 super chats, 13 super gifts, 13 new members, 13 people buying this batch. There's 24 of us, guys. We should have 24 likes, 24 super chats, 24 gifts, 24 new members, 24 new subscribers, 24 people buying top flight security of the world. Guys, do you guys think Doomsday's gonna be what's his name? The original plans for Avengers of the Kang Dynasty. Do you guys think that what's his name? Tony Stark's gonna be Doomsday? Oh, I can't. Sorry, I'm broke. Is everybody broke here, guys? Can somebody send me something to motivate me to become a real YouTuber one day? I got my first YouTube lag, guys, on its way. It's gonna be here tomorrow. I'm gonna show it to you guys. I'm gonna make videos about it. Guys, run it up. There's 20 of us, 20 likes, 20 super chats, 20 super gifts, 20 new members, 20 new subscribers, 20 people buying top flight security the badge, 24. Come on, there should be 24 likes, 24 super chats, 24 gifts, 24 new members, 24 new subscribers, 24 people becoming top flight security of the world. Hey, bro, why were you in a wheelchair on your latest video, bro? Didn't you see I fell off a bridge, bro? Batman. Said hi, Ismail. Guys, run them likes up. Go watch my video. It's 3 minutes long. Go watch my video when I was in the hospital, guys. Mickey Mouse voice fool. Oh boy, okay, betcha, guys. There's 23 of us, chat. There should be 23 likes, 23 super chats, 23 new members, 23. You're asking for a lot here to people for complain. That was real. Yes, it was real, guys. Come on, make me super famous already. Guys, let me tell you that if you guys get me to 1 million subscribers, I show Speed said he'll collab with me. I'm so close to 1 million. Please help me get to 1 million. Share my videos with all your friends. Run them likes up, chat. Bro, you need to be bunky level them, beamers. I can help get your videos on the feed so you can get views. I can spam chat. Yeah, go for it, bro. Get me to 1 billion, guys, please. Run them likes up, chat, please.
On your left.
Wakanda forever, Wakanda. Open your mouth more. I need more likes, guys. How come he took off before you? Dude, he didn't take you with him. One day, guys, one day. Monday chat. And your teeth turn black with your meat. We're going to make you famous, please. Please, guys, run them likes up. Super chat, super gift. Thank you for the lucky clover, bro. Please send more lucky clovers. And I get the 6-7 gift. 6-7, 6-7. That one makes me happy. The 6-7 gift gets me on the algorithm. The 6-7 gift, I love that one. It's one of my favorite gifts. 6-7 is the best. Ooh, thank you for another clover. Lucky clover. Come on, guys. Everybody send lucky clovers. Send 6-7. The 6-7. Run them likes up, chat. Please get this badge. Hopefully tomorrow when I wake up, I'm at 1 million subscribers. Hi there, little bud, boo. Hey, there's something in my butt. Hello. Hi there, little guy. Hi, I'm back. How's it going? Hi. Oh boy, hello. How are you doing, little buddy? Are you Torta Patrol? Yes, I'm Torta Patrol. Can I get Torta Patrol gift? Can I get more lucky charms? Don't be sad, buddy. You're a W good guy, man. Do you play Xbox, little buddy? I play PlayStation 5, guys. I got PlayStation 5. Should I start streaming playing PlayStation 5, guys? Got PlayStation 5. Hey guys, go watch my videos. Watch them non-stop. What? Guys, please just love me, guys. Please appreciate my videos, guys. Nice. Please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Donate any gift you can. Yeah, stream. Yes, buddy, that would be so cool. I'm gonna start doing that, guys. Are you a cop, buddy? Yes, I'm top flight cop in the world, guys. Please donate, give me so I could grow my channel, guys. I could buy my webcam so I could connect my PlayStation. Please, any donations will be appreciated. Please, guys, anything you guys could donate, I would appreciate to my channel. I left phone watching your short over and over. Yeah, guys, leave your phones, your TVs, watching my videos over and over. No work, no beer. I'm 2 years, 3 months sober, guys. I don't do drugs or alcohol. I'm 2 years, 3 months sober. Please, guys, run them likes up. Any type of gifts will be appreciated. Are you getting paid for the crash car? No, it was actually my fault, guys. It was my fault. I messed up, guys. I lost everything, guys. I'm stressed out right now. Please, guys, any donations will help. Go watch the video. My insurance is about to go up. Yeah, bro. I remember I would watch your lives and would be smoking scante. I was walking down the road earlier and this bird was flying by. I looked down, farted, and lost the battle. It was wet but warm. Stop. Yeah, I mean, you can stream free on Twitch or stream. Perhaps can I? Should I stream on Kick? I just made a Kick, guys. You crashed your car, little buddy. Yes, bro. Can you guys please give me anything you guys can? Super chat, please, guys. Any super chat, any super gift will be appreciated for real. Thank you for the 100. Where the car? It's in the. It's with my insurance. Can you show your crash car, little buddy? Yeah, I could. I think. All right. All right, guys. Please donate whatever you guys can. It was a horrible accident, guys. I went all the way to the end, guys. Are you a ghost, little buddy? Yes. 2K. No, cause you can't buy it, bro. Cause I still haven't even finished paying it off. It's still part of. It's still the dealers. Please send more gifts, guys. Please. I know, guys. Please send more gifts. Super chat, super gift. Buy your membership. Buy the security badge. I would appreciate it. Thank you, bro. Can I get the 6-7 gift? The 6-7 gift will help me out a lot. 6-7. This is Lazy Beggars final boss. Yes, I'm lazy. I'm final boss, Lazy Beggar, bro. Please, bro. But I make good videos, guys. You guys have to admit my videos all be hitting 12 million, 6 million views, 5 million, 4 million. Yeah, Lucky Charm. Thank you, bro. Everybody Everybody send a 6-7 gift, bro. Can everybody send $1? Lee super chat $1 99 cents. If everybody could send 99 cents, something in my ass. I know, bro. What security company do you work for? Allied Universal, Securitas, Intercom, all the famous ones. Black Knight. Thanks for another lucky clover. Can everybody send me 99 cents, guys? I would appreciate it, guys. It would go towards my car, guys, if everybody could send 99 cents. Your videos are funny, but your live streams need to improvement. Fox, I promise I'm gonna work harder. I'm just depressed right now, bro. I just got in a car accident. As soon as I get another car, guys, and I get my YouTube plaque tomorrow, I'm gonna do exciting things tomorrow, because tomorrow I get my YouTube plaque, guys. How far you fall from the video of the Batman costume? Like 10 feet. Bro, is a cop. Hell no. I'll call ICE. Come on, chat. Run them likes up, chat. 99 cents for a black and mild. Yeah, guys, everybody said 99 cents so I could buy a black and mild. Wait, actually, I spoke serious more. I'll send you a bag of carrots. Yeah, thanks, bro. Okay. No. Plaque, my YouTube plaque, guys. Tomorrow I receive my YouTube plaque of 100K. Please get me to 1 million so I can get my second YouTube plaque. Deny homeless veteran. I'm a veteran, guys. I'm a veterano, guys. Don't deny me. Any gifts will be appreciated, please. Any super chat. If somebody could send some type of super chat, it will make my heart feel better. It will put me on the algorithm, too. Oh, boy. Please sleep. I'm trying to sleep myself, and you keep on waking me up. Sorry, man. Come over here and lay down with me, okay, little buddy? Okay, little buddy? I'm Diddy. I'm Diddy. I'm Mexican Diddy. Deny the Flash, a homeless veteran. How come you haven't got it yet? You passed 100K a long time ago. Yeah, I was on probation. I got in trouble, bro. Hi. Okay, 2 bad carrots. I got in trouble, guys, by YouTube, and then they finally gave it to me. I'm gonna get it tomorrow. Please run it up, chat. Would you sign for 5K and 08 Nissan? Yeah, the Nissan, the Skyline R34. What you get on trouble for? I make too many comedy skits that people don't appreciate. Yeah. We need you out to Rowdy Round Town. I can your cavities when you yawn, laugh out. What's the fake badge for? It's not fake. I'm the real deal, bro. Guys, run them likes up, super chat, super gift, please. Please, guys, appreciate my videos. You were stealing carrots. YouTube said you're a rabbit. I'm a little crazy rabbit. I'm Bugs Bunny. What's the badge then? Top flight security of the world, bro. I'm the best security there is in the universe, bro. Ha ha ha. My cat will mouth open. Just shit on you for the. Security for carrot patch everyone. How much are they? for care patch. The cares must be protected. Would you rather have a son or a mud shark daughter? What does mud shark mean? Neither. How much for the badge? The badge is. I don't know. You can check right there. It's pen. Bro's reading at 5th grade level. Yeah. Have you seen the silly rabbit? Guys, run them likes up. Super chat, super gift. Batman, please. Gotham needs you, alright? I'm watching Batman right now versus Pennywise. Probably don't wear the badge in public. Are you going to pop the balloon show? Damn, 50 bucks is better being made or gold. It is gold, bro. 14 carats. Guys, run them likes up, please. Support my channel. Just love me, guys. There's 18 of y'all and I only have 5 likes. There should be 18 likes, 18 super chats, 18 super gifts, 18 new members, 18 new subscribers, 18 people buying the badge. 24 karat and better. Arrest me, papi. Okay, little mijo, come over here. Come over here. Rated gold, yeah, buddy. What'd you say? Carrot pig. Run them likes up, chat. Please run them likes up. Super chat me $1. Everybody, super chat 99 cents so I can feel good about myself. What is your address? I'll send you a postcard. Don't look at me, little puppy. It's me. Guys, I'm not shaving my mustache ever again. I noticed that without my mustache, people don't know who I am. Okay. Are you Pancho Villa? Yes, I'm Pancho Villa. Are you George Lopez? That's my dad, guys. My dad denies me. He only made my sister famous. Taylor said Puerco. Please make me famous. Then my dad, George Lopez, will claim me again. Why are you laying in the city hall fountain? Because I have nowhere to stay. I sleep in the ground, guys. I sleep in the ground. Please help me buy a bed. Punch from Chips. Please don't hurt me. I need like a lot of support, guys. Watch my long videos at least if you guys can't super chat or super gift. Poor driver. Well, do you have any ideas how many people you have brought the brick of side with you loose lips and I'll go on a bitch of your videos. Do you like Trump? I have extra dog bed with work and from Taco Bell. Alright, bro. Let me have that dog bed. Run them likes up, chat, super give. Hit your super badge. Hopefully I fall asleep and I wake up with 1 million subscribers. Guys, run them likes up. There's 13 of us. 13 likes, 13 super chats, 13 super gifts, 13 new members, 13 subscribers, 13 police officers later, rabbit. Creepy pig. Real quick. What's up, Holmes? What up, guys? There's 11. Guys, how's everybody's day going? Guys, which movie you guys like better? King Ed, the original, like the old school one, or King Ed, the new one? How's the tintus? So tomorrow you're going to do something fun on live stream? You said, yeah, I am, bro, I promise. Just came home from church. Run them likes up. There's 17 of us, 17 likes, 17 super chats, 17 super gifts. Came from church right now. The Batman short was funny as fuck. You don't think I deserve a super chat, super gift for being funny? Membership, guys, subscribe. Buy the. Let's go. Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you. Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. Get your membership, guys. There's 22 of us, guys. If everybody could send this much like him, bro, that would make my day, bro. It's going towards my channel, I promise. Where you live? I'm from Long Beach, California. Run them likes up, guys. I would donate too, but I'm in a bad financial situation. My G, me too, guys. It's all right. Hey, Food's Gone Wild member. I can't be member hopping. What the heck, bro? I'm in Orange, bro. You're in the city of Orange, bro. You're from the OC, bro. You're with the Drexler, the ruler, bro. Something in my sheet. Something in my ass. Guys, run them likes up. Alright, bro. Then just send another $5 and you could be a member. Food's Gone Wild, bro. From LA, bro. I'm from LA, bro. That's where the real foods are at. Been on the city of Orange, though. Ew, he ugly. You a real cop? Only on the weekends, bro. Run them likes up, chat. Guys, yeah, buddy, bro. Can I get another $5 gift? Something in your ass. I still got warrants, but y'all can't find me. Oh yeah, I can't find you. Wait, but those who want on the lower shelf, near the strength, they still mount with the eagles. They shall be wary. They shall walk and not faint. Isaiah. Well, damn, that's a strong verse, bro. 70% crime in our city. Guys, if you guys appreciate that video, please like the run. If you guys appreciate my Batman video, run them likes up, super chat me, super gift me, help my channel not die out so I could be able to afford more things, guys. Something good to watch. Same percent. Run them likes up, chat. Run it up, chat. How the hell there's 18 of us or 13 of us only have 9 likes? We should have way more likes. You need Jesus. Good night, brother. I do need Jesus, bro. How you know that, bro? Jesus Christ is King and Lord, bro. And I need another little $5 for me. Alright, guys. That's my bunkie right here. Guys, I'm gonna lay down right here, guys, and when I wake up, we're gonna have 1 million subscribers. If not, I'm gonna have to work on a more funnier video for you guys. I got another, bro. What happened? Hey, bro, I'm back. Your video used to be at 20 views. Now it's at 1K in 30 minutes. Run them likes up, chat. Run it up, run it up, run it up. There's 15 of us, 15 likes, 15 super chats. Damn, look like you died for a second. I did, bro. But I came back to life because I know you're going to send another 5. Dude, I helped by spamming chat. Remember? Yeah, bro. Good job. Thank you. Everybody go freaking spam my videos, guys. My long videos, bro. Keep my long videos on replay, guys. My long videos pay me more, guys. Please, I promise I'm gonna make way more content pretty soon. Why you ain't observing? Serving. I got way more content coming soon, guys. I promise.
De ahí, como ya a mí no me ponen en el trabajo por mi edad, entonces yo he tenido que buscar a Canal 1 que me ha ido donde usted, señor Delgado, para que me ayude a ver si me lo encierran en algún lugar.
Cansa de pedir ayuda a las autoridades, Dolores se dio por vencida.
Top flight security of the world.
Llegaron a detenerlos, estos se daban a la fuga, por eso optó por irse de casa.
Yo he tenido que salir de ahí porque Julio César, ese es el que más tremendo, no me respeta mucho a mí cuando yo le hablo. Y entonces cuando yo me iba a trabajar, que yo antes trabajaba puertas afuera, cuando llegaba de la casa había un tremendo hueco en la pared donde él entraba a sacarse las cosas, tazas, vasos, la plancha. Entonces poco a poco yo ya vi esas cosas y mejor opté por retirarme de ahí, porque a mí me dio miedo, porque ya de madrugada olía eso, que eso como a cigarro, que me afectaba el cuerpo y yo no podía dormir, entonces yo opté por ir a vivir por allá de una amiguita que yo ahí plancho.
Hoy Gladys desea recuperar su hogar, pero la adicción de sus hijos no lo deja. Por eso ha tratado de que ellos entiendan que necesitan ayuda. Y de paso, ella poder retornar a su casa.
Yo ya no estoy entrando a la casa, ellos dos viven ahí solos y entran amigos también ahí, ellos de noche. De ahí del barrio, por ahí, amigos, hombres. Yo no puedo vivir ahí, porque ellos, ese comportamiento que ellos se insultan, pelean y todo eso, a mí me pueden hacer algo. Yo no
You're
tengo
digging,
confianza en ellos.
you're digging
Son
in
mis
me.
hijos, no tengo confianza.
You're supposed to be fighting
Pero cuando
crime
la
right now.
ponen
No, it's
con
already
ese
done.
alcohol y
It's
esa
only
droga,
from 9
uno no
p.m.
lo
to
reconoce.
10, bro.
Mami, mira,
I'm back.
soy yo, amiguito, que te vine a dar.
Let's hear my best theme song. My best theme song, guys. I feel you there for keeping the city safe. Just donate something, guys. If you guys are happy I'm keeping the city safe, super chat me, show me some appreciation with some super chats, super gifts, super memberships. Buy your security badge so you can keep the city safe yourself.
Come on now. We're creative, but didn't make it into the game. Back in the
42 is all about the 1-3, the 32, the faster. That's the right shoulder in, you know? Long story short, I know that around your audience came from up there. So when I went up there, I was checking out the whole environment because up there, the south siders that lived up there, I was doing the soup, which is out at north, and I got nothing but love for them, and I showed them nothing but love and how to be. We're really behind schedule. They were still wearing things that I was wearing. It was like 2000. They were wearing things that I was wearing in the early 90s, in the mid 90s. I'm over here with the new studio. I never thought that I would ever.
Have you ever wondered why good
Ring Girl became the first.
Pleasures, not with a labor, not with a skirmishing force. Entire weight.
Alpha Gamers, my user Roblox65F.
Shakes the ground beneath their feet. Greece knows what is happening. The northern cities have already surrendered. Thrace has fallen. Macedonia has submitted without a fight. Now Xerxes marches south. Athens, birthplace of democracy, barely a generation old, stands exposed. Sparta guards the Peloponnese with a royal tradition centuries deep. Between them are fractured city-states that have spent more time fighting each other than any foreign threat. Xerxes intends to sweep them into history. The Greek city-states bend and color. 31 cities. They argue. They accuse. Athens wants to fight at sea. Sparta wants to defend the Peloponnese. The alliance holds together on one parchment. Then King Leonidas of Sparta
The security guard badge, not a law enforcement.
the warriors
Yeah, it is.
trained in the
Top flight security of the world.
inspiring system that turns borders into boundaries. His face bears the marks of 30 years of conflict. The Persians will come through. There is only one place where to reign at his will boundaries. He unfurls another. Thermopylae, the hotbox. The pass is barely 50 feet wide at its narrowest point. Cliffs on one side, the sea on the other. An army of 150,000, forced to attack in waves, their numbers meaningless in confined space. Leonidas's plan is simple. Hold the pass, delay the Persians long enough for the Greek fleet to engage, long enough for Greece to survive. Council agrees, but there is a problem. The Olympic Games are about to begin.
If I give you a donut, please give it to me. Super chat, super gift. So I can wake up.
Leonidas makes his choice.
The rabbit
I
sleeps.
will take my personal guard.
Run them likes up.
We will hold until the rest of you can follow. 300 against 150,000. He returns to Sparta and issues a proclamation. He will select 300 warriors. but not the youngest, not the strongest. Only men live in silence. Only men whose bloodlines will continue if they fall. It is King Leonidas of Sparta, those who is marching to his death. The 300 young endure, veterans in their 30s and 40s, fathers, husbands, men who understand what sacrifice means. They wear red clothes, bronze helmets that cover their faces until they are hard eyes that have seen death and learned not to live. Each carries an 8-foot spear, a short sword, and a shield emblazoned with the blue flame. They are the Spartiate elite, the warrior class that has trained every day since age 7 for exactly this kind of battle. One of them asks his young son to remember him not as a warrior, but as a father who loved him. Another carves his wife's name on the inside of his shield, a private prayer that only he will see. As they march north, other groups join. 700 Esmons, 400 1,000 Phocians, 7,000 Greeks in total, still hopelessly outnumbered. They reach the mecca late August. Chances exactly as they as usual. Hot springs, the air smells of sulfur and salt. The sea clashes against black water. The Greeks rebuild an ancient wall on the sea floor, piling rocks and timber into a boundary that blocks the flows. They wait. At dawn, on the third day, the horizon darkens, not with storm clouds, with the dust of empire. The Persian army arrives at the enemy's walls. Their camp stretches for miles. Tens of thousands of people fighters turning the night sky orange. The noise echoes off the cliffs. Through the wall, the Greeks watch in silence. The young Spartan turns to Leonidas. Like him, their arrows will blot out the sun. Leonidas smiles, a rare thing for a Spartan. Then he will fight in the ship. The words
Never
spread
before.
through the ranks like fire.
Maybe they do, but fella.
Nervous laughter begins to ring determination. That night, the Persians send a herald back with Xerxes' message. Surrender your weapons. Kneel before the King of Kings. You will be spared. Leonidas listens without expression. The sea wind pulls at his red cloak. Then he speaks 2 words that will echo across 25 centuries. Moron love. Commenting. Xerxes gives the Greeks 4 days to run. They try. They sharpen their weapons. They tell stories and write letters home that will never be sent. They prepare their hearts. On the morning of the 5th day, Xerxes gives his predictions. At dawn, he sends 10,000 men forward. The battle for Thermopylae begins.
Hey, what's on your outfit, Mr. Man?
Not today's sweatpants. Sunday's wearing jeans that fit. No photos, please.
Hello, you. Just show your size, style, and budget, and your stylist sends personalized looks right to your door. Stitch Fix. Get started today.
Real California milk has been keeping it real since, well, always. Real makes all the difference. Real California milk. Keep it real. Look for the seal.
The Persians endured confidence in numbers. 10,000 soldiers, Medes and Sicilians from the eastern provinces, light infantry with their shields and short spears. They advance across the plain, shouting war cries that echo off the cliffs. The sound fills the air. The Greeks wait in perfect silence. Leonidas stands at the center of the line. His breathing is clean. The spear rests easily in his grip. He has done this before, but never like this. The Persian wave clashes against the line and breaks. The pass is so narrow that only a dozen men can fight abreast. Persian numbers mean nothing. They cannot flank. They cannot maneuver. But the Greek phalanx is a machine built for this warfare. 8 feet of spear range. Bronze shields overlapping like stones in a servant's hand. Each man protecting the soldier to his left. The Persians tried to climb the wall. Greek spears punched them with the shields. Through leather armor, Russian weapon, bodies piled at the base. The smell of blood mixes with sulfur from the springs. For an hour, they accomplished nothing. 1,000 men dead. Not a single Greek has fallen. Xerxes sends another wave. Then, another. By midday, 3 separate assaults have shattered. The Persians have lost thousands. The Greeks have lost dozens. The pass is turned into a graveyard. The sun beats down mercilessly. Men drink from water skins with shaking hands. The wounded are dragged behind the wall while the Greek physicians work in silence. That afternoon, Xerxes admits his slaughter. 10,000 warriors dressed in scale armor and silk robes. They carry spears with silver pomegranates, symbols of eternal life. They have never failed. They marched in class in perfect formation. No war. The immortals strike hard. Just the rhythm of 10,000 men is one. The Greeks brace. They are better trained, better armed. They work together, trying to create openings. The Spartans are better. They have trained for this their entire lives. When one man's spear breaks, another steps forward. When the line buckles, the reserves push from behind. And Leonidas fights like a god of war. The spear moves with mechanical precision. Thrust, withdraw, thrust. Every move hurts. Every strike. Around him is 300 matches rhythm. The Spartans do not shout, do not waste breath on war cries. They do their work in silence. Combat at arm's length. Shields slam against shields. Spears shatter. Blood tears the ground to night. By evening, the mortars withdraw. Staggered, beaten. They leave 2,000 dead in the place. That night, the Greeks take over. Perhaps 50 men lost. Leonidas walks along, speaking to each warrior like men. Because they are winning each hour the pass holds is another hour for the Greek to win. Every day of delay costs Xerxes the myth of Persian invincibility. Around campfires, the Spartans share rifles and swords. One veteran tells the others about his farm, the olive trees he planted. The sunlight takes them down. They do not swim with death. They already know how this ends. Across the pass, Xerxes rages. Then a Greek traitor arrives. His name is Antius, a local shepherd, hunchbacked, bitter, rejected by the Spartan army for his deformities. He comes with information that will change everything. There is another path, a goat trail through the mountains that circles behind the Greek position. Xerxes sends his immortals to cover the darkness. The Greeks have posted an ocean contingent to guard the mountain. But when the oceans and the Persians come in the darkness, they fall back rather than hold. Dawn of the third day, a light reaches their eyes. By evening, the Persians have flanked us. We'll be surrounded with enemies. For a long moment, Leonidas stands silent. The sun is rising over the sea. The light catches his eye, turning to gold. He looks older than ever, tired, but his eyes are clear. He has known this moment as long as he left Sparta. Go, all of you. Return to your city. Gather your arms. Finish what we started. The Thespians refused him. 700 not about Spartan. You came to fight beside Spartan. You will die beside Spartan. But the rest are true south. 4,000 Greeks march away, many of them. Leonidas and his 300 men. Before the final assault, a Spartan warrior approaches Leonidas. He has 2 sons, both too young to fight. He asks his king to remember their names. Leonidas takes the answer. I will tell you, their father was the bravest of us all. Another scratches a message on the inside of his shield. His wife's name, his son's name, the word for honor. The king's voice carries across the palace. Breakfast well done. Tonight, we dine at Hades. They eat their final meal in silence. They pray to their gods. They polish their armor until it gleams. They braid their hair in a Spartan fashion, long and oiled, as is proper for men going to their deaths. And the Persian horns sound, they are ready. The final assault begins with the rising sun. Xerxes wants everything. His entire army. The immortals descended from the mountain behind. But Leonidas does not wait to be crushed. He leads his Spartans out behind the wall, out into the open place. They advance in perfect formation. Red cloaks streaming, bronze armor flashing. 300 men walking into the mouth of 150,000. The Persians hesitate. They have seen what Spartans can do. And now, the Spartans are not defending. They are attacking. The world explodes into violence. The Greeks no longer fight to hold ground. They fight to kill. The phalanx drives into the Persian center. They carve through white infantry like a blade through cloth. Later, Greek historians will claim that each Spartan held his ground against 50 men. Persian accounts will speak of demons in bronze who could not be killed. Both were exaggerations born of trauma and war. The truth is terrible enough. Xerxes sends in his best troops, his personal guard, cavalry that cannot move, archers whose bodies darken the sky. The Greeks kill them all. Leonidas is everywhere. His spear becomes an extension of his will. He kills a Persian general. Then another. His Spartans match his fury. They do not fight like men who are dying. They fight like men who are already dead, have nothing left to fear. For hours, the battle rages. The sun climbs higher. The pass becomes a crucible of heat and blood. The Greeks are bleeding, exhausted, but they do not yield. Then Leonidas falls. A Persian arrow finds the gap in his neck. He staggers. The Spartans see their king fall, and something breaks inside. Not fear, but rage. They form a circle around him, fighting with fury the Persians cannot reach. 4 times the Persians drive forward. 4 times they drive back. Even cards are laid down. The battle over Leonidas' body becomes the most savage fighting in the entire war. Men fight with broken spears, with shields, with bare hands. Finally, the Spartans retreat. They pull back to a small hill, carrying their king's corpse. Fewer than 100 Spartans remain. Perhaps 200 vessels. The Greeks want a final circle in the middle. Their spears are shattered. They fight with swords. When the swords break, they fight with daggers. When the daggers are lost, they fight with their hands. The Persians do not close. They have learned to fear these men. Instead, they stand back and fire arrows. Thousands of arrows. The sky darkens, just as the young Spartan predicted. The Spartans raise their shields and die standing. They die in formation. They die as they walk. In formation, refusing to run. The last man falls as the sun begins to set. He dies with his hand reaching for his fallen king. He dies without surrender, without plea, without regret. Finally, it is over. Xerxes walks into the Greek gate. Every Spartan has died facing Rome. Not one turned to Rome. He finds Leonidas' body. The king's face, even in death, shows no fear. Consumed by fury, Xerxes orders the king's head cut off and mounted on it. It is the only time in the entire campaign that the Persian king dishonors the enemy's corpse. Because 300 men held his entire empire buried for 3 days. Word travels fast in Greece, but the Greeks do not despair. They rage. Athens evacuates to Salamis. Sparta releases its full army. 5,000 Spartans march north, too late to save their king, but in time to avenge him. The Greek alliance solidifies, because Leonidas showed them what sacrifice looks like. The Persians march south. They burn Athens, but they are slower, more cautious. The aura of Persian invincibility is shattered in the rocks of the Hercules. At Salamis, the weak fleet lures the Persian navy into narrow straits. The same principle that worked at Thermopylae works on water. By sunset, 200 Persian ships are sinking. Xerxes watches from the shore. Without his fleet, he cannot feed his massive army and hostile ground. He returns to Persia, leading his general Mardonius with 50,000 men. It is a fatal mistake. The following summer, 38,000 Greek colonists faced 50,000 Persians in Italy. The Spartans fight with the memory of their king driving them forward. The Persians break. Mardonius is killed. The invasion is over. The West survived. 3 days in Thermopylae changed everything. Without those 3 days, the Greek fleet would not have been in position. Salamis would never have been fought. Democracy would have died in its infancy. Western civilization pivoted 3 days in the mountains, and the refusal of 300 men to accept the inevitable. In Sparta, the 300 become sacred. Their names are inscribed in stone. Their sacrifice is the defining moment of Spartan identity. The Persian Empire learns that it is stopped. The aura of Persian inevitability dies with Leonidas. Centuries later, Alexander the Great stops at Thermopylae. He stands where Leonidas stood. He orders sacrifices made to the fallen. When Rome rises, Roman generals study Thermopylae. They understand that discipline and tyranny defeat superior numbers. The battle becomes legend across the Western world. Every time a small force refuses to yield against impossible odds, someone invokes the Thermopylae. Because Leonidas is 300 proved something beyond calculation. That free men fighting for their homes are worth 10 slaves fighting for a king's ambition. The Spartans never recovered their freedom, but they accomplished what they set out to do. They gave Greece time to unite. They showed the Greek world what unified resistance could achieve. They proved that Persians could rule. In the end, the 300 saved not just Greece, but the very Mediterranean. The notion of free citizens who govern themselves, that a small group of political individuals could change the course of history. Leonidas did not live to see the time, but his death made that victory possible. When the Greeks raised his memorial in Thermopylae, they built a simple stone mark. The inscription, written by the poet Leonidas, is carved in letters that will outlast empires. Don't tell the Spartans, stranger passing by, that here are equal to their laws, you love. The mark is still stands, worn by wind and tide. Mountains remain, the sea still crashes against black walls. But the lesson endures. That 300 men, a few days before it, the trajectory of human civilization. Our courage and resolve, we hold our hands, but reason says, from up the hot gates where Greece blood did not burn, where free men stood against tyranny and held their line, where Leonidas and the Spartans taught the world that some things are worth dying for, and that dying well, with honor, with purpose, with eyes fixed on something larger than yourself, is its own form of victory. This standard echoed through the centuries. It became part of the soul of Europe. Every generation that followed knew the story, knew that their ancestors inherited the tradition of resistance to tyranny, a legacy forged in blood at a narrow pass where the West had slept. This was heroic place, where the past still runs.
Extra each time? Yes, please. Extra accessories. Obviously, have extra everything. All for big life. Be right. It's spring break. Shop now at Five Below.
This is Buick now. Buick, exceptional by design. Get 0.9% APR and up to $2,000 allowance on Encore GX.
In 334 BC, Alexander, king of Macedonia, began one of the greatest military campaigns in history against the superpower of the age, the Persian Empire. Just 20 years old, his brilliant and fearless leadership won him battle after battle. And in an astonishing 10-year campaign that took him to the edge of the known world, he carved out one of the largest empires ever known. Few men have had such a massive impact on the course of history. To the Persians, he was Alexander the Accursed. But to the West, he was immortalized as Alexander the Great. Ancient Greece. From around 500 BC, this rugged land was the scene of remarkable developments in art, philosophy, and warfare. Its two greatest city-states were Athens, a naval power where democracy, art, drama, and philosophy flourished, and Sparta, an austere, militaristic society, famed for its formidable army. In 480 BC, these two city-states had joined forces to fight an invasion by the mighty Persian Empire. At the narrow pass of Thermopylae, a small Greek force led by 300 Spartans held up the enormous Persian army for 3 days before they were finally encircled and killed. Then, in the Straits of Salamis, the Greek fleet defeated the Persian navy. But they couldn't prevent the Persians burning the sacred temples of the Athenian Acropolis. The next year at Plataea, the Greeks won a decisive land battle against the Persians and forced them to abandon their invasion. The next 50 years were the golden age of classical Greece. But rising tension between Athens and Sparta and their allies eventually led to war, dragging the Greek world into decades of destructive fighting. Wars between the Greek city-states continued for almost a century, leaving them exhausted and vulnerable to a new rising power to the north. For centuries, sophisticated Greeks had viewed the mountainous kingdom of Macedonia as a backwater, Hicksville, barely Greek at all. But under King Philip II, Macedonia emerged as a formidable military force. His most famous reform, the introduction of the sarissa, an 18-foot pike, twice the length of a normal Greek spear, and wielded by trained infantry fighting in close formation, known as a phalanx. In 338 BC, at the Battle of Chaeronea, Philip's army crushed the joint forces of Thebes and Athens. Through alliance and conquest, Philip had already gained control over most of his neighbours. Now, following this victory, he united all Greece in an alliance known as the Hellenic League, or League of Corinth, with Philip as hegemon, or supreme commander. Only Sparta stood aside. Philip began to plan a great campaign, a pan-Hellenic or all-Greek war against the Persian Empire. Their old foe was now an alien superpower, its great riches ripe for the taking. But on the eve of launching his war, Philip was assassinated by his own bodyguard, victim of Macedonia's brutal court rivalries. He was succeeded by his 20-year-old son, Alexander, brilliant, restless, tutored by the great philosopher Aristotle, and already an experienced military commander. Alexander inherited his father's grand plan to invade Persia, but first he had to secure his own position as king. At home, he had potential rivals executed, then crushed rebellions in Illyria, Thessaly, and central Greece. He made a special example of Thebes, completely destroying the ancient city and selling its people into slavery. In the spring of 334 BC, now ready to launch his war against the Persian Empire, Alexander led his army across the Hellespont into Asia Minor. It was the start of one of the greatest military campaigns in history. Alexander's army was about 40,000 strong, drawn from all parts of Greece. The infantry were commanded by the veteran Macedonian general Parmenion. In the front rank, 9,000 Macedonian phalangites armed with the 18-foot sarissa. These were professional soldiers, well-trained and drilled, who formed up for battle in the phalanx, 16 ranks deep. This packed formation presented a solid wall of iron spear tips and was virtually unstoppable. But it was also difficult to maneuver and highly vulnerable to attacks on its flanks or rear. So 3,000 elite infantry, the hypaspists, or shield bearers, armed with shorter spears, guarded its flanks. They were commanded by Parmenion's son, Nicanor. The second line of Alexander's army was made up of 7,000 Greek allies and 5,000 mercenaries, armed as hoplites. They took their name from the hoplon, their large round shield, and carried shorter 8-foot spears. A hoplite phalanx was not as effective as the Macedonian phalangites, but still well armed and heavily armored for the time. The Agrianes were the army's elite skirmishers, expert javelin throwers from what's now southern Bulgaria. Other skirmishers from Thrace and Illyria were armed with javelins, slings, and bows. The shock troops of Alexander's army were the companion cavalry, 1,800 elite horsemen, armed with spear and sword, commanded by Philotas, another son of Parmenion. Alexander led the royal squadron in person. There were also 1,800 cavalry from Thessaly, commanded by Callas, 600 from other parts of Greece, led by Erygeus, and 900 mounted scouts from Thrace and Boeotia, under Cassander. The great Persian Empire was divided into provinces, called satrapies. Each satrapy was ruled by a governor, or satrap. Those in Asia Minor, now threatened by Alexander's invasion, met to discuss strategy. Memnon of Rhodes, a skilled Greek general in Persian service, urged them to avoid battle with Alexander. Instead, he advised them to use a scorched earth strategy, to burn villages and crops and withdraw to the interior. Alexander's army, he promised, would quickly starve. It was good advice, but the satraps were unwilling to lay waste to their own provinces without a fight. So they decided to face Alexander's army at the river Granicus. The Persian army formed up behind the river, which was shallow but 60 feet wide with steep banks. Their front line was a wall of cavalry, about 10,000 horsemen from across the empire. The Medes and Hyrcanians from modern Iran, Bactrians from Afghanistan, and Paphlagonians from Turkey's Black Sea coast. Behind, in reserve, were the infantry, several thousand Greek mercenaries, a common sight in Persian armies at this time. These men fought for Persian gold and were armed with the round shield and short spear of hoplites. The Persians may have been unsure if they could trust these men in combat against fellow Greeks, and so placed them at the rear. Alexander, determined to attack and destroy this Persian force before it could retreat, raced to the Granicus with his best troops. On his left wing he posted Thessalian, Greek and Thracian cavalry under Parmenion's command. In the centre were the massed spears of the phalanx, its 6 divisions commanded by Perdiccas, Coinos, Amintas, Philip, Meleager, and Cratylus. On the right, Alexander himself, with the companion cavalry under Philotas, as well as the elite Hypaspists, the Agrianes javelin throwers, and the archers. Alexander, with 13,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry in all, was probably slightly outnumbered. But ignoring advice to wait until dawn to cross the river, he ordered an immediate assault. He sent a squadron of companion cavalry to ford the river, followed by a regiment of Hypaspists and the Boeotian light cavalry. Alexander, calling on his men to show their courage, then led his right wing across the river. As they reached the middle of the river, the Greeks came under a hail of javelins, darts and arrows from the Persian line. Those that made it to the far bank were immediately charged by the Persian cavalry. Alexander was in the thick of the fighting. He attacked where the whole mass of their cavalry and leaders were stationed. Around him, a desperate conflict raged. Horses were jammed against horses, and men against men. the Macedonians striving to drive the Persians away from the riverbank. The Persians determined to prevent them crossing and to push them back into the river. Alexander's attack seemed reckless, but he was buying time for the rest of his army to cross the river, including the irresistible Macedonian phalanx. Then, suddenly, Alexander was fighting for his life, charged by 2 Persian nobles. Those Sassis rode up to Alexander and struck him on the head with his sword, breaking off a piece of his helmet. But the helmet broke the force of the blow, and Alexander struck him down with his lance. Then, from behind, Mithridates raised his sword against the king, but Black Clitus, son of Dropidas, anticipated his blow, struck his arm, and cut it off, sword and all. Now the Greek army was across the river, and the Persian cavalry faced a wall of Macedonian spears. Most turned and fled. The speed and shock of Alexander's attack meant Persia's Greek mercenaries hadn't even had time to join the battle. Alexander, in a blood rage, or possibly regarding these Greeks as traitors, ignored their appeals for mercy. The mercenaries were surrounded on all sides and massacred. Alexander had won a great victory. Asia Minor now lay at his mercy. But the Persian Empire was still a land of immense wealth and power. Already, it was mobilizing its vast resources to face him. If Alexander was to conquer this empire and take his place in history, he'd next have to face Darius, King of Kings himself. Now, as Alexander approached Sardis, capital of the Persian province of Lydia, its commander surrendered without a fight. But before Alexander could advance further, he needed to neutralize Persian naval power. Persia had a powerful fleet with major naval bases around the eastern Mediterranean that could potentially cut his lines of communication back to Greece. Rather than challenge the Persians at sea, Alexander decided to attack its nearest bases, the Greek coastal cities of Miletus and Halicarnassus. Both put up determined resistance, but were taken by winter. The following spring of 333 BC, Alexander continued his advance into Lycia and Phrygia. At Gordium, he was shown the legendary Gordian knot. A prophecy said that whoever could unpick it would rule all Asia. Alexander simply took his sword and sliced it in half. Meanwhile, Memnon of Rhodes, a skilled Greek general in Persian service, led Persian warships into the Aegean and captured the islands of Chios and Lesbos. But after Memnon's sudden death from illness, the offensive was abandoned. 18 months had passed since Alexander's army crossed the Hellespont and invaded the Persian Empire. Now, Alexander led his men into Cilicia and was soon poised to cross the Nor Mountains into Syria. But then, the main Persian army, led by King Darius III himself, emerged behind the Greek army to the north. Darius was determined to trap and destroy Alexander's army, which he outnumbered almost 2-1. So he blocked Alexander's only escape route by moving his army to the coastal plain near Issus, just 6 miles wide, from mountains to sea. The narrow battlefield would force Alexander to fight, but it also prevented Darius exploiting his huge numerical advantage. His army, by some estimates, was up to 100,000 strong and contained some of the finest soldiers in his vast empire, including 10,000 of his own household troops, known as the Immortals. His best cavalry were massed on his right towards the sea, where the ground was better for horses. His best infantry, his Greek mercenary hoplites, formed the centre. Persian infantry formed his left wing. Alexander deployed his own army for battle, once again entrusting his left wing, nearest the sea, to Parmenia, with the Greek cavalry and infantry. In the centre, as always, was the Macedonian phalanx. Alexander positioned himself and his best troops on the right wing toward the mountain slopes. His elite Agriane javelin throwers, his archers, and behind them the Hypaspists and the companion cavalry. When Alexander saw the strength of the Persian cavalry facing Parmenion on the left, he moved across his Thessalian cavalry to reinforce him. Despite his overwhelming numbers, Darius held his position behind a small river, the Pinarus, and waited for Alexander to attack. He didn't have to wait long. Alexander called out to his men, urging them to fight bravely, picking out some by name. Then, at the head of his army's right wing, he charged. Once again, the speed and shock of the Macedonian advance sent the enemy reeling back. But in the center of the battlefield, the Macedonian phalanx was in trouble. In its effort to keep up with Alexander, its formation had become disordered. Now, in fierce fighting with Darius's Greek mercenaries, the phalanx was slowly being driven back. Alexander, seeing the danger, regrouped and led the companions in a headlong charge straight at the Persian center. The Greek mercenaries threatened on their flank were soon in disarray. The Macedonian phalanx was able to resume its advance. Alexander fought his way towards the great king Darius himself. Rather than face this apparently mad and fearless Macedonian king, Darius fled the battlefield in his royal chariot. Meanwhile, the Macedonian left wing under Parmenion was in a desperate fight against the best of the Persian cavalry. If the Persians could break through here, they could envelop Alexander's army and snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. But Parmenion and his troops fought doggedly and continued to hold the Persians at bay. As the news that Darius had fled spread among his troops, they abandoned the fight and tried to save themselves. The battle turned into a massacre. Ptolemy, one of the Macedonian commanders, told Alexander there were so many Persian dead, his men had used them to fill a deep ravine so they could cross over it. The Battle of Issus was a stunning victory for Alexander. And amongst the spoils of victory were Darius' wife, mother, and 3 children, all taken alive and well treated by Alexander. With the Persian field army in retreat, Alexander now turned to subduing the western territories of the Persian Empire. The next year, 332, the coastal cities of Phoenicia submitted to Alexander, ending Persian naval power in the Mediterranean. But the island city of Tyre resisted. Tyre's defenders fought bravely and skillfully, even when Alexander began building a causeway to the island, protected by 2 giant siege towers, which they counterattacked with fire ships. But after 7 months, the city walls were breached and Tyre fell. Most of its citizens were killed or enslaved. Gaza, too, was taken by siege. Alexander continued to Pelusium on the Nile Delta, where the Persian governor of Egypt surrendered the entire province to Alexander, along with the royal treasury. At Memphis, priests of this ancient land welcomed Alexander as their liberator from Persian rule and crowned him pharaoh. At the mouth of the Nile, he founded a new city, Alexandria, then travelled to the desert oracle of Seba, where, according to some accounts, the priests welcomed him as son of Amun, king of the gods. Alexander returned east to Tyre, where in 331 BC he received news of trouble back home. Despite his great victories over the Persians, many Greeks regarded Alexander as a tyrant. King Agis of Sparta, with Persian support, now launched a revolt against Macedonia. Antipater, Alexander's commander in Greece, was already dealing with rebellion in Thrace. But he quickly marched south and met Agis in battle near the city of Megalopolis. Even the legendary Spartans were now no match for Macedonian military power. The Spartan army was crushed. King Agis himself was among the fallen. With his base in Greece secure once more, Alexander advanced towards the Persian heartlands, seeking a final showdown with Darius. He received a letter from the Persian king offering him a fortune in gold, his daughter in marriage, and half his empire in exchange for peace. But Alexander's stunning victories, all the oracles and acclamations, had now convinced him that his destiny was to rule the world. He rejected the Persian king's offer. He didn't want half the empire. He was coming to take it all.
New Ivory Body Wash gently moisturizes with a delightfully gentle scent.
They will kill you as soon as curse words that will be advertised for 6 seconds. They will kill you.
Turn your kitchen into a restaurant with Kraft Signature Shreds. Amazing melt, rich flavor. Craft together a restaurant quality meal in your home.
Thank you, Chef.
In 334 BC, Alexander, 21-year-old ruler of the small Greek kingdom of Macedonia, led an invasion of the vast Persian Empire. It seemed impossible odds. But thanks to Greek military dominance and Alexander's fearless leadership, he won 2 great battles against the Persians, at the river Granicus and at Issus. Having subdued Persian lands west of the Euphrates River, he now headed east into the empire's heartlands, seeking a final showdown with the Persian king, Darius III. Receiving news that a great Persian army led by Darius had assembled at Gaugamela, near modern Mosul in Iraq, he made straight for it. This was Darius's last chance to stop Alexander, and Alexander's chance to smash Persian power once and for all. Darius had chosen to fight on open ground, where his advantage in numbers would be more telling. His soldiers had also worked hard to clear and flatten the terrain, to make it suitable for Persian war chariots. By modern estimates, the Persian army was between 50 and 80,000 strong, and made up of contingents from across the empire. Infantry from Syria and Babylonia, cavalry from Armenia, India, and Central Asia. Up to 200 scythed chariots. Even a handful of war elephants. Alexander's army was smaller and may have been outnumbered by as much as 2 to 1. He deployed his units in their usual formation. On the left flank, Thracian and Thessalian cavalry, commanded by Parmenion. In the center, the Macedonian veterans of the phalanx, each armed with their 18-foot servicer pike. On the right flank, Alexander with his elite cavalry, the companions, and his best infantry, the hypaspists. These were the units with which Alexander planned to launch his main attack. Greek hoplites formed a second line and supported both wings, which were angled back to guard against encirclement by the Persians. The battle began when Alexander led his wing out to the right, a move that took the Persians by surprise. Could Alexander really be trying to encircle their huge army? The Persians mirrored his movement, taking troops away from their center to outflank Alexander and prevent him leaving the area they'd cleared for the Persian chariots. But Alexander's unusual maneuver was a trap to entice the Persians to weaken their center. When he saw that it had worked, he ordered his Greek cavalry to charge to keep the Persians fixed in position. A giant cavalry battle developed on the right wing. Darius, meanwhile, judging this to be the decisive moment, unleashed his chariots. Expert Adrianid's javelin throwers took out horses and crews, while the Greek infantry opened lanes, allowing the chariots to pass harmlessly through. Now Alexander led his companion cavalry and parts of the Macedonian phalanx in a headlong charge, straight at the weakened Persian center, fighting his way towards Darius himself. The sudden ferocity of Alexander's assault threw the Persians into panic. The center of the army broke and ran, King Darius himself leading the rout. But Alexander's left wing was in serious trouble. Armenia, facing a huge onslaught by Persian cavalry, was virtually surrounded. Indian and Scythian horsemen had even ridden through a gap in the Greek line. But rather than wheeling and attacking the Greeks from behind, they carried straight on to loot their camp. Armenia sent a desperate appeal to Alexander for help. The king abandoned his pursuit of Darius, regrouped, and charged the Persian right wing. And bloodiest fighting of the battle, claiming the lives of 60 of Alexander's companions. Finally, as news of Darius's flight spread across the battlefield, the last Persian horseman turned and fled. The Battle of Gaugamela was a stunning and complete victory for Alexander. According to ancient sources, he lost just a few hundred men, while the Persians lost thousands. Alexander had routed Darius's great army. And now the road to Babylon, the empire's main capital, lay open. The Macedonian king entered the great city in triumph, recognized by Persian officials as its new rightful ruler. So too of the city of Susa, where Alexander ceremonially took his seat upon the royal throne of Persia. In the Zagros Mountains, at a pass known as the Persian Gates, a courageous Persian force held up Alexander's army for a month. The Greeks eventually found a mountain path that bypassed their position, allowing them to encircle and wipe out the defenders. In early 330 BC, Alexander reached Persepolis, the empire's ceremonial capital. Alexander wanted to appear as a liberator to the Persians, as a legitimate successor to King Darius. But now he ordered Persepolis to be pillaged and burnt. Retribution for the Persian invasion of Greece and the burning of Athens' sacred temples in 480 BC. Alexander now headed north into Media, where Darius had taken refuge in the royal city of Ecbatana. Alexander was determined to capture Darius, but the fugitive king fled east, in the hope of raising a new army in the provinces of Parthia, Bactrium, and Sogdia. It was not to be. As Alexander closed in, the Persian king was murdered by one of his own governors, Bessus, who then proclaimed himself the empire's new ruler. Alexander gave orders for Darius to be buried in the royal tombs of Persepolis, alongside his ancestors. Then he paused to organize his vast new empire. Alexander appointed viceroys to rule the provinces on his behalf, keeping several Persians who had sworn loyalty in their posts. Then he resumed his march east, his goal to find and kill the usurper Bessus, subjugate the empire's eastern provinces, and reach the far edge of the world. In 330 BC, Alexander continued his march east. His goal, to find and kill Bessus, a Persian usurper claiming to be the rightful king. and to subjugate the empire's eastern provinces. Alexander headed first for Armenia, today part of Afghanistan, where the Persian governor Satibarzanes had launched a revolt after initially pretending to submit to Alexander. The rebellion was crushed and Satibarzanes killed in single combat by a Greek cavalry officer. Nearby, Alexander founded the city of Alexandria Ariana, modern Herat, one of around a dozen cities that Alexander would eventually found, almost all bearing his name. Alexander marched on to Frada. The Macedonian court had a long tradition of plots and assassination. 6 years before, Alexander's own father, King Philip, had been murdered by his bodyguard. He was now informed that Philotas, commander of his companion cavalry, had uncovered a plot to assassinate Alexander, but kept it secret. Philotas and his father Parmenion were among the most respected of Alexander's commanders and had played crucial roles in all his great victories. But when Philotas confessed, under torture, Alexander had him executed, then sent assassins back to Ecbatana, where Parmenion was governor, to kill him before he even heard of his son's death and had a chance to turn against Alexander. In 329, Alexander resumed his pursuit of Bessus. En route, he founded the city of Alexandria Arachosia, modern Kandahar in southern Afghanistan. As he reached Kunduz, Bessus was betrayed by his own men and handed over in chains. Alexander sent him back to Persia for execution as a kingslayer. Alexander pushed on into modern Tajikistan, where the Sogdians rose up against him. He had to fight off attacks by local tribes and take several towns by assault. On the banks of the Jaxartes River, he founded the city of Alexandria Escate, meaning Alexandria the furthest, so named because he had, at last, reached the limit of the Persian Empire. This frontier was frequently raided by nomads, known to the Greeks as Scythians. Alexander lured them into a decisive battle near the Jaxartes. The result was a crushing victory for the Macedonian king that put an end to the raids. But fighting against Bactrian and Sogdian tribes continued, frustrating Alexander and tying him down in a difficult guerrilla war. By now, many of the Macedonian troops were unhappy with Alexander. Most had not seen their homes in years, but their king seemed bent on conquest without end. What was worse, he'd begun to adopt the rituals and dress of their defeated Persian enemy, customs they viewed as effeminate, decadent.
That sounds the real deal. The double the cream ingredients, you get more cream than a jar. It's got to be time.
Cold weather is tough on your hands. Try O'Keefe's Working Hands Hand Cream for guaranteed relief in one use.
You've caused quite a story. By surviving, you've triggered a new game. This puppet is a winner. They will try to kill you.
I'm not playing.
Well, kill the system.
So like it is.
trying to write with non-stop pings? That's where Grammarly comes in. It's an AI chat that helps you meet every moment. See? No sweat. Need your writing to sound more knowledgeable or precise? Or would generated text more every day? With Grammarly's Humanizer, it's easy to nail just the right tone.
And these updates are exactly how we'll deliver. Good job.
Work smarter with Grammarly.
At Maracanda, modern Samarkand, after a furious, drunken argument, Alexander killed Clytus the Black. Clytus had been one of Alexander's best generals, and the man who saved his life at the Battle of the Granicus. Alexander was full of remorse, but his growing arrogance was alienating more and more old comrades. When he tried to make his countrymen perform the traditional Persian ritual of proskynesis, prostrating themselves before the king, he crossed a line. To Greeks, this was blasphemy. Only a god was worthy of such respect, and Alexander was forced to back down. In Bactria, another plot to assassinate Alexander was uncovered. This time the ringleader was a royal page, one of the sons of Macedonian nobility who attended the king. Hermolaus had become murderously bitter towards Alexander over a perceived injustice. He and his accomplices were tortured and then stoned to death. Callisthenes, Alexander's official historian, was also implicated in the conspiracy. He was thrown in prison, where he later died. That summer, in 327, according to legend, Alexander became captivated by the beauty of Roxana, daughter of a Bactrian lord. Their marriage was also a sound political move, helping to end local revolt against his rule, and allowing him to continue his advance into modern Pakistan and India. Alexander now prepared to subdue the Persian Empire's most eastern provinces, which had yet to recognize his kingship. To do so, he would first have to cross the Hindu Kush mountains and reach the Indus River Valley. Advancing in two columns, his army won a series of skirmishes against the Aspasi and Asakani as they fought their way into what's now the Swat Valley of northern Pakistan. After a fierce siege, Alexander took the Asakanian capital of Massaga. According to legend, it was ruled by a beautiful queen, Cleophas, who bore Alexander a son and was allowed to keep her throne. The ruler of Taxila, near modern Islamabad, had formed an alliance with Alexander. Together, they marched to face Porus, king of Paravas, at the Battle of the Hydaspes. It was Alexander's costliest battle, as Porus's war elephants inflicted terrible casualties amongst the Greeks. But despite Porus's fearless leadership, the battle ended in a decisive victory for Alexander, winning him control of the Punjab. Alexander wanted to push on into India to reach the great river, which ancient Greek geographers said formed the edge of the world. But at the river Hyphasis, known today as the Bias, his army mutinied. His men had marched thousands of miles, fought countless battles, and not seen their homes in 8 years. They'd heard rumors of gigantic armies waiting for them in India. they refused to go any further. Alexander was furious, but had to turn the army around. He followed the rivers of the Punjab to the sea, a journey that took 10 months. On the way, he defeated the Malians, but while leading the assault on their capital, was wounded in the chest and nearly killed. On reaching the coast, part of the army under Nearchus boarded ships and returned to Persia by sea, sailing through the Straits of Hormuz and entering the Persian Gulf. It was one of the great ancient voyages of exploration, as these waters had been previously unknown to Greeks. Meanwhile, Alexander led the rest of the army back by land through the Gedrosian Desert, today in southern Pakistan. But extreme heat and shortages of food and water led to terrible suffering and many deaths among his army. On his return to Persia, Alexander executed several of his viceroys and governors, men accused of ruling unjustly and robbing temples and tombs during his long absence in the east. At Susa, he arranged a magnificent mass marriage of Macedonian officers to 80 Persian noblewomen to strengthen bonds between his two kingdoms. Alexander himself married 2 Persian princesses. He also paid all his soldiers' debts and ordered 30,000 youths from across the empire to be trained in the Macedonian art of war. But at Opis, his Macedonian troops mutinied. They were offended by Alexander's apparent preference for Persian advisors and Persian ways. Alexander had the ringleaders executed and made a speech to the men reminding them of the glories they'd won together, and leading eventually to an emotional reconciliation. At Ecbatana, Alexander's closest and most trusted friend, Hephaestion, died of fever. The king was grief-stricken, went days without eating, and ordered a period of public mourning across the empire. Alexander waged a successful campaign against the mountain raiders of Kossia, who not even the Persian kings had been able to subdue. Returning to Babylon, he was met by embassies from distant peoples, come to recognize his greatness. Ethiopians, Libyans, European Scythians, Lucanians, Etruscans, Gauls, and Iberians. Alexander's Bactrian wife, Roxana, was now pregnant. But as he planned his next campaign to Arabia and beyond, he developed a sudden fever and died days later, aged just 32. The cause of Alexander's death has never been established. It may have been malaria, cholera, typhus, or poison. Alexander died undefeated in battle. His reputation as a brilliant, fearless, and daring military commander remains undimmed. His decade-long campaign created one of the largest empires ever known, stretching from Greece to Pakistan. But it was vast and unstable, held together only by his own brilliance and name. Alexander left no plans for his succession, and his generals soon began fighting among themselves to carve out their own empires. In the Wars of the Successors, Alexander's widow Roxana and his young son were murdered. His own gold sarcophagus, en route to Macedonia for burial, was hijacked and ended up in Alexandria in Egypt. Today, its location remains one of the world's great unsolved mysteries. Few men have ever had such an impact on the course of history as Alexander the Great. The breathtaking achievements of his short life ushered in the Hellenistic age, as Greek ideas spread across the territory of his former empire, fusing with local traditions to trigger new developments in art, science, government and language. Some of the successor kingdoms to his great empire were short-lived. Others endured for centuries. But all, in turn, would fall to new forces. And in the West, to the rising power of Rome. Research and artwork for this video comes from Osprey Publishing's extensive range of books on ancient history. Every Osprey book examines a particular battle, campaign or combat unit in authoritative, meticulous detail. And with more than 3,000 titles, they cover everything from ancient warfare to modern conflict. Visit their website to see their online catalogue. Thank you to all the Patreon supporters who made this video possible, and to the channel Invicta. Find out more about key moments from the past in their Moments in History series.
Top it and top it with Kraft Parmesan cheese. Top it and top it on everything. You can't replace that OG taste. Oh, I'm gonna be the next James Bond.
Just want to be sure which one is right. I think we have to leave, right?
In the 8th century Middle East, a new dynasty seized control of one of the world's greatest empires, the Islamic Caliphate. Though little remembered in the West today, the Abbasids reigned for 5 centuries. They oversaw an era of Islamic military dominance, city building, brilliant scholarship, and technological innovation. It has come to be remembered as Islam's golden age. This is the story of the Abbasid Caliphate. (632 AD). In the Arabian city of Medina, the Prophet Muhammad lies dead. His followers, professing the new religion of Islam, sweep across the Arabian Peninsula, uniting it under the rule of Abu Bakr, the first caliph, God's deputy on earth. Then they burst upon the world stage, taking on the 2 superpowers of the Middle East, the Eastern Roman and Sassanid empires. Both are vulnerable after decades of war, and the Muslims wage a stunning campaign, winning victory after victory. By 651, they have overrun 2/3 of the Eastern Roman Empire and almost all of the Sassanid Empire. But in 656, the 3rd Caliph, Uthman, is assassinated, sparking the first Muslim civil war, or fitna. Ali, cousin and son-in-law of the Prophet Muhammad, has the support of the people. But he's opposed by the governor of Syria, Uthman's kinsman, Muawiyah. 5 years of bloodshed culminate in Ali's assassination at Kufa. Muawiyah emerges triumphant and establishes a new Umayyad Caliphate. Further conquests help to forge one of the largest empires in history, but it is riven by more civil war. One challenge comes from Hussein, son of Ali, grandson of the Prophet Muhammad. He opposes the succession of Muawiyah's son, Yazid. But in 680, he and his followers are defeated and killed at the Battle of Karbala. Supporters of Ali and his descendants will later become the Shiites. They still commemorate Hussein's death each year on the day of Ashura. The vast Umayyad Caliphate continues to expand, but it contains serious internal divisions. Much of what we know about the Umayyad Caliphate comes from later sources, often hostile. But it seems clear that the small Arab Muslim elite that dominated this great empire was increasingly unpopular with many of its subjects, including some of those later termed dhimmi. These were non-Muslims, including Christians, Jews, and Zoroastrians, who were treated as an underclass and made to pay extra tax. Even those who did convert to Islam, known as Mawali, were often treated as second-class subjects. Decades of discontent were about to boil over. The symbol of Umayyad authority was their white banner. But in 747, a new symbol rises to challenge their rule: the black banners of the Abbasids. The Abbasids are an Arab family, descended from the Prophet Muhammad's uncle Al-Abbas, from whom they take their name. They and their supporters believe this blood tie to the Prophet gives them legitimate claim to the title of Caliph, far more so than the Umayyads, whom the Abbasids later portray as decadent and despised. The Abbasids promise a return to true Islam, to correct teachings and moral leadership, and send missionaries and agents out across the Caliphate to spread their message. In 747, with the Caliphate once more racked by revolt and civil war, the Abbasids will seize their chance. In eastern Khorasan, a general named Abu Muslim, probably a Persian convert, launches a revolt and takes the black banner of the Hashemites as his symbol. The Hashemites, descendants of Hashim, are the extended family of the Prophet, with the Abbasids prominent amongst them. This frontier region, today comprising northeastern Iran and parts of Turkmenistan and Afghanistan, is particularly ripe for rebellion. Here, Arabs and non-Arab converts live side by side. They intermarry and fight alongside each other to defend the frontier. For many, the Umayyads are distant and unpopular overlords. What's more, opposition has been stoked for decades by Hashemite agents and missionaries who seek to topple the Umayyads and replace them with one of their own. They have sowed the seeds of revolution. So when Abu Muslim begins his revolt, he quickly attracts followers, Arabs, Persians, and Central Asians, many of whom are experienced warriors, and he proves a brilliant commander, winning a series of victories over Umayyad forces and occupying Kufa, capital of Iraq, in 749. The Abbasids now assume leadership of this revolution. And the following year, their forces meet the army of the Umayyad Caliph, Marwan II, at the Zab River. Most of what we know about the battle that follows comes from Abbasid sources. Caliph Marwan appears to have been a brave but reckless commander, launching a head-on cavalry charge against the Abbasid line. Abbasid historians tell how their own troops, inspired by recent victories, stand fast. Their spear walls repel the cavalry. The attack ends in disaster. Umayyad morale is broken, their army routed. Marwan himself flees the battle, but is pursued and killed in Egypt. Other Umayyads are likewise hunted down and exterminated. Even graves are desecrated. One surviving member of the dynasty, Abd al-Rahman, flees to Spain. Just a few years later, he establishes the Emirate of Cordoba, a second Umayyad dynasty that would flourish in Iberia for centuries. Meanwhile, Abul Abbas al-Safar becomes the first Abbasid caliph, though it will take the Abbasids more than a decade to consolidate their hold on power. Al-Safar moves the caliph's residence from Haran to Kufa, closer to the Abbasid power base in Persia. In 751, he sends an army to curb the westward expansion of the Chinese Tang dynasty. The campaign culminates in a bloody victory at the Battle of Talas, but also marks the limit of the caliphate's eastward expansion. Many who'd helped overthrow the Umayyads had sought the end of hereditary rule and a return to caliphs elected from within an elite group. They are to be disappointed. In 754, Al-Safar is succeeded by his brother, Al-Mansur. The Abbasids will be the new ruling dynasty, and Al-Mansur will prove one of its greatest caliphs. But his reign begins inauspiciously with the execution of the brilliant and popular General Abu Muslim, now regarded as a potentially dangerous rival. Al-Mansur faces rebellion by the Alids, a powerful clan descended from the Prophet's son-in-law, Ali. They resent the growing dynastic power of the Abbasids and press their own claim to rule. Al-Mansur crushes the last major Alid revolt in 762, ushering in an era of stability, prosperity, and peace. That year, he orders the construction of a new capital on the banks of the Tigris River. Officially, it is to be known as Madinat as-Salam, the city of peace. It will prove his greatest legacy, a city that will become one of the glories of the medieval world. Baghdad. In the reign of Al-Mansur's grandson, Harun al-Rashid, the caliphate flourishes as never before, with Baghdad at its heart. There are many legends told about Caliph Harun al-Rashid, the rightly guided. He is, after all, a central figure in 1001 Nights, the masterpiece of Arabic literature. The image of al-Rashid that reaches us from such sources is of a devout, wise and beneficent ruler who prayed 100 times a day and each morning gave 1,000 dirhams to good causes. In legend, al-Rashid wandered the streets of Baghdad disguised as a beggar to see how his subjects lived. He was a brilliant horseman and patron of the arts and a keen chess player. His court was a place where religion and philosophy could be argued and debated openly, even, on occasion, by a woman. In the Caliphate, as in the rest of the medieval world, few women held high status in their own right. But as mothers, wives and concubines, they could exert huge influence. Al-Hazara, once a Yemeni slave girl, rose from concubine to Caliph's wife and wielded significant power during the reign of her husband, Caliph al-Mahdi, and son, Caliph al-Rashid. Famed for her intelligence and learning, she held discussions on policy and military strategy, received foreign ambassadors, and intervened on questions of justice. Much of her own enormous wealth she spent on public works and charity. Many likened her to a co-ruler, or even the real caliph. The success of al-Rashid's reign was underpinned by efficient government and administration. Much of it was modelled on that of their predecessors, the Sassanids. Of particular note was the Barmakid family. The Barmakids were descended from high priests of the Buddhist temple of Nawabhar, near Balkh, in modern Afghanistan. As early Abbasid allies, they played an important role in government, helping to foster an age of Islamic statecraft imbued with elements of Sasanian Persian culture. They served the Abbasids well for 3 generations, but the power games of court could be dangerous and unpredictable. In 803, al-Rashid decided the Barmakids had got a little too big for their boots. The family experienced a sudden and dramatic fall from favor, with many of its members imprisoned or executed. Their demise ended Barmakid control of the post of vizier, a position that had recently emerged at court as the Caliph's senior advisor and chief minister. It was a role of enormous significance. Some viziers would later wield so much power, they overshadowed the Caliph himself.
Tax season is here, and Tax Act got you a gift. It's a maximum refund guaranteed. But you can't open it until you do your taxes. Tax Act. Let's get them over with.
Susi, ¿a qué me contaste que alguien tiene pura calidad y los precios más bajos posibles?
A todas mis hermanas y mis primas, Clara, Teresa, Juliana, Ramona, Jacqueline, Ángela, Rita, Emelinda, Mónica y Gaby.
The fame of al-Rashid's court spread far and wide. Charlemagne, king of the Franks, Holy Roman Emperor, and the most powerful ruler in Europe, sent several embassies to Baghdad. In return, al-Rashid sent him dazzling gifts, including perfume, ivory chessboards, a marvelous water clock, and even an elephant named Abu Abbas, which lived for several years at Charlemagne's court in Aachen. Cultural life in the Caliphate, and Baghdad in particular, was remarkably cosmopolitan. The Abbasid court even celebrated Persian holidays, such as Nowruz, Persian New Year. Such open-mindedness helped the Caliphate to flourish as a center of culture, science, arts and medicine. The center of learning was the city's famous library, Beit al-Hikmah, the House of Wisdom, though little of its function is known today. Here and across the Caliphate, scholars translated classical works from Greek, Middle Persian and Sanskrit into Arabic. Their efforts ensured the survival of countless works that would otherwise have been lost, including those by great figures such as Aristotle and Galen. They also made many of their own original discoveries, knowledge that would come to be much sought after by the medieval West. Baghdad's scholars led the world in many fields. Al-Kindi, known as the philosopher of the Arabs, was a famed polymath who wrote on logic, psychology, astronomy, astrology, and many other topics. Al-Khwarizmi's contribution to mathematics led to him being dubbed the father of algebra. The Latinized version of his name, algorithmus, is the origin of our word algorithm. The Christian scholar Hunayn ibn Ishaq was nicknamed the Sheikh of Translators for his role translating ancient texts into Arabic. Material culture also flourished under the Abbasids with the introduction of glazed pottery in the 9th century, allowing new artistic possibilities. Many colourful pieces, decorated with animals and Kufic lettering, have been discovered across the former caliphate from this period. The Abbasid Caliphate also benefited from its position astride the Silk Roads, the name for the ancient network of trade routes linking Europe and Asia. Valuable imports travelled along this route, such as silk, spices, ivory, gemstones, and even thoroughbred horses. To encourage this trade, the Abbasids built new roads, as well as inns, hospices, and wells for the comfort of travellers. New ideas and technology also flowed along the Silk Roads. Chinese papermaking techniques first reached the Muslim world under the Umayyads, but it was under the Abbasids that paper production really took off. Much cheaper than parchment or papyri, abundant supplies of paper transformed the practice of administration and bookmaking, and helped medieval Islam to become one of the most bookish cultures in world history. In the 7th century, the first Arab conquests had pushed the frontier of the Eastern Roman Empire back to the Taurus Mountains. Since then, the Caliphate and Empire had been in a state of almost perpetual war, with frequent raids by both sides across the Syrian frontier. Twice the Arabs had even besieged Constantinople itself, but failed to take the great city. In 782, Al-Rashid himself had led an Abbasid force as far as the shores of the Bosphorus. By 804, the Eastern Roman Empire was paying annual tribute to the Caliphate. When Emperor Nikephoros stopped the payments, an Abbasid army crossed the Taurus Mountains and took his army by surprise at Klassos. The Romans suffered a heavy defeat. The emperor himself was lucky to escape with his life. The cycle of raid and counter-raid continued for years, with Al-Rashid even moving the Abbasid capital to Raqqa to be closer to the frontier. But this fixation on his rival to the west may have blinded the Caliph to trouble in the east. In 809, news arrived of revolt in Khorasan. It was while traveling east to face down this rebellion that Caliph Harun al-Rashid became sick and died. His 22-year reign would come to be seen as a golden age for the Abbasid Caliphate, a time of prosperity, stability, intellectual and cultural achievement. But al-Rashid's own efforts to ensure a peaceful succession were about to backfire disastrously and plunge the Caliphate back into civil war. The Abbasid Caliphate had flourished under the reign of Caliph Harun al-Rashid. And to ensure its continued success, he arranged his succession in a way that he believed would ensure stability and peace. His son, Muhammad, was to be his heir, but in a move common since the time of the Umayyads, he also named another son, Abdullah, as Muhammad's heir. It proved a recipe for disaster. In 809, in Baghdad, Muhammad succeeded his father as caliph, taking the title Al-Amin, the Trustworthy. His half-brother, Abdullah, became governor of Khorasan with the title Al-Mamun, the Trusted One. Rival factions soon formed at both courts. In Baghdad, Al-Amin's advisors urged him to remove his brother from the succession. And just a year into his reign, he tore up his father's arrangement. Al-Mamun was furious. Fraternal distrust exploded into civil war. Al-Mamun's Khorasani forces won a great victory against a much larger force at Ray, and marched on to besiege Baghdad in 812. After a bloody year-long siege, the city fell. Caliph Al-Amin was captured as he tried to flee and executed. Initially, Al-Mamun ruled the caliphate from his old base at Merv. Here, in an effort to widen his support after the civil war, he fostered a new alliance with the Alids. This powerful family was descended from Ali, fourth caliph and son-in-law of the Prophet Muhammad. They'd later become leaders of Shia Islam, the branch of Islam that believes true spiritual authority belongs to Ali's descendants. Instead of traditional Abbasid black, Al-Mamun's court began to wear green, a colour associated with the Alids. Al-Mamun even married two of his daughters into the Alid family, and made Alid Imam Ali al-Rida his heir apparent. But these policies sparked hostility back in Iraq and led to major revolts in Baghdad. After 6 years, the Caliph moved the capital back there to restore order and abandoned his Alid alliance. Al-Mamun was also remembered for his attempts to impose a new religious doctrine on the Caliphate. He first invited distinguished scholars to Baghdad to discuss theological issues, such as the deeds of the companions of the Prophet, the Hadiths, and the nature of the Quran. However, his pronouncement that the Quran was at some point created by God, rather than co-eternal with God, encountered bitter resistance. 18 years of religious persecution followed, a period known as the Minna, or Inquisition, which saw dissenting scholars imprisoned or even executed. In 833, Al-Mamun was succeeded by his brother, who took the title Al-Mu'tasim. He proved far less interested in theological debate than the clash of arms. The armies of the Abbasid Caliphate, renowned in battle, were drawn from both Arab and non-Arab subjects. The Khorasanis, soldiers of the frontier province of Khorasan, were the troops who'd helped propel the Abbasids to power during the Third Fitna, or Islamic Civil War. Drawing on Persian and steppe warrior traditions, their ranks included both armoured infantry and heavy armoured cavalry, similar to European knights. The descendants of Khorasanis who settled near Baghdad were known as Abna al-Khorasan, sons of the people of Khorasan. Famed as elite and versatile infantrymen, they formed the loyal core of the Caliph's army. Other notable contingents included the Dailamis, expert skirmishers from the highlands of northern Persia. While African troops, including military slaves and Muslim converts from Ethiopia, fought as heavy infantry, armed with shield, sword, and spear. The great Caliph Harun al-Rashid was known to have an elite bodyguard of 40 African soldiers. Abbasid armies were particularly skilled in siege warfare and made expert use of catapults, mangonels, and battering rams. They even had specialist troops armed with naphtha, or petroleum-based fire weapons. No contemporary illustrations are known, but they're thought to have been similar to this slightly later Byzantine illustration. The 9th century, however, would see changes so radical that some historians have termed it a military revolution. During the civil war between al-Rashid's sons, al-Mu'tasim had begun to expand his military retinue by purchasing Turkish slave soldiers. His favorite supplier was the Samanid family, governors of Transoxiana.
Upgrade your laptop instantly without paying for new ones. SanDisk Extreme Feature.
The goal of our program is to help students to be practice ready whenever it's time for their first job.
The school had a lot of great things in place for us for training. We would feel as if we were in the field for the first time.
Don't run away from your future. Follow your path, follow your dreams, and everything is possible.
These slave soldiers were seized from their villages as boys, all bought in slave markets, then sent for intensive military training alongside an Islamic education. They emerged as formidable cavalrymen and superbly skilled mounted archers. Al-Jahith, a contemporary, wrote of them with awe. The Turks are as good as others with the lance, and in addition, if 1,000 of their horsemen are hard-pressed, they will loose all their arrows in a single volley and bring down 1,000 enemy horsemen. No body of men can stand up to such a test. Historians dispute the exact timeline, but at some point in the 9th century, these Turkish slave soldiers, known as Mamluks, had come to form an elite corps within the Abbasid army, one that was personally loyal to the Caliph and could be used to intimidate his political rivals. Turkish officers, despite their initial outsider status and ignorance of Arabic language and customs, began to wield huge influence at the Caliph's court. This offended the old nobility, many of whom also stopped receiving traditional diwan payments for their military service. The discontent even pushed some soldiers to riot in the streets of Baghdad. To ease tension, al-Mu'tasim constructed a new city for the Turkish military elite, Samarra. This was where he garrisoned the Turks and rewarded their commanders with land. And it's where, in 848, work began on the world's largest mosque and its famous spiral minaret. Al-Mu'tasim's reliance on slave soldiers to shore up his power had destroyed centuries of military tradition, and it had sown the seeds of future turmoil. 2 years later, the Caliph led his formidable new army against the old foe, the Eastern Roman or Byzantine Empire. The campaign ended in a great victory, the capture and sack of Amorium. O day of the Battle of Amorium, our hopes have returned from you, overflowing with honey-sweet milk, wrote Arab poet Abu Taman. But even such victories failed to ease the tension between Turkish officers and Abbasid nobles. Some nobles even plotted to overthrow al-Mutasim and expel the Turks. But their conspiracy was discovered, and they were executed. Al-Mutasim was succeeded by his eldest son, Al-Wathiq. Following his unexpected death, a second son, Al-Mutawakkil, took the throne, backed by the Turk generals. They'd hoped for a pliable puppet, but instead, Al-Mutawakkil decided it was time to reassert caliphal authority. On his orders, several Turkish leaders were assassinated, and he tried to use Arab and Armenian troops to counterbalance their influence. But the Turks struck back. In 861, the Caliph was assassinated by his own bodyguards. The chaos and civil war that followed is known as the Decade of Anarchy. 4 caliphs took power, all puppets of the Turkish military elite. Each, in turn, was violently overthrown. Order was only restored with the accession of Caliph al-Mu'tamid in 870. But the anarchy had irreparably damaged the Caliph's authority. Even before the Abbasids came to power, the vast caliphate had struggled to maintain control of its many regions. Abbasid authority west of Egypt had long been largely theoretical. But now, multiple major uprisings broke out as local governors and warlords staked out their own claims to rule. Egypt, fertile and prosperous, was an early casualty, lost to a rebel Turkish commander who founded his own Tulunid dynasty. In southern Iraq, a major revolt broke out among agricultural slaves from Eastern Africa, known as Zanj. The 14-year uprising devastated the region and severely disrupted Abbasid tax income and Baghdad's food supply. In Afghanistan, a coppersmith named Yaqub al-Safar made an astonishing rise to power, founding his own Safarid dynasty and conquering much of eastern Persia. His advance was only halted at the Battle of Deir al-Akur in 876. In such turbulent times, Abbasid caliphs struggled to impose their authority. But there were some successes. Caliph al-Mu'tadid engineered a brief Abbasid resurgence, thanks to military campaigning and shrewd diplomacy, notably his marriage to the daughter of the Tulunid ruler of Egypt. She was the celebrated Kuj al-Nada. Her name means dewdrop. One scholar described her as one of the most intelligent and regal women who ever lived. When al-Mu'tadid told his bride, "You've done well for yourself by marrying the Caliph. What more could you thank God for?" She replied, "You've done well for yourself. This makes my father your subject. What more could you thank God for?" Her bold response was a sign of her character, as well as the delicate new balance of power between Abbasid caliphs and some of their more powerful subjects. During the reign of al-Mu'tadid's son, al-Mu'tafi, Tulunid Egypt was fully reabsorbed into the Abbasid Caliphate. But elsewhere, the news was dire. Abbasid authority collapsed in Arabia, where one Shiite group, the Qarmatians, even began attacking pilgrims on their way to Holy Mecca. In 930, they stole the Black Stone, the Holy of Holies, from the Kaaba, a terrible blow to Abbasid prestige. In Central Asia, the Persian Samanids carved out their own empire and declared independence. This was the height of the so-called Persian intermezzo, when native Persian dynasties ruled in Persia once more. Increasingly, the Abbasid Caliph was said to reign, but not rule. He'd become a symbol without power, often under the thumb of his vizier. By the 930s, the Caliph had lost control of both the civilian administration and army command, which was handed over to a new official, the Amir al-Umara, commander of the commanders. The final humiliation came in 945. The Buyids were Shiite warlords from the Dailan mountains of northwestern Persia, but their first success was in Fars, before they went on to seize control of Persia and Iraq. Their triumphal entry into Baghdad was a deep humiliation for the Sunni Abbasids. Yet they retained the title of Caliph, as no more than figureheads under Buyid command, and spectators to these turbulent times. 2 decades later, another Shiite dynasty, the Fatimids, swept along the North African coast, conquered Egypt, and founded Cairo as the capital of their own caliphate. Some historians label this the Shiite century, with Shiite dynasties ruling twin caliphates and dominating much of the Muslim world. But it was not to last. A dangerous new Sunni power was poised to burst out of Central Asia, the Seljuk Turks. The Seljuk Turks were pastoralists, nomadic livestock farmers from the Central Asian steppe. They were fierce warriors who became champions of Sunni Islam. At the end of the 10th century, possibly in response to climate change, they swept south into Khorasan. The Ghaznavid Empire, successor to the Samanids, was first to fall. The Seljuk Turks were unstoppable, surging westwards across the Persian plateau, taking Baghdad and toppling the Buyids, crushing a Byzantine army at Manzikert, and forging the great Seljuk Empire. Their triumph was tempered by the arrival of European crusaders, who took Jerusalem in 1099 and carved out a series of crusader states. One Shia sect, shrouded in legend, struck back at the Seljuks with deadly precision. In 1092, Nizam al-Mulk, vizier of the Seljuk Empire, was killed by the Order of Assassins, its hit squad disguised as Sufi mystics. The Assassins, or Hashashin as they're known in Arabic, were a new Ismaili military order formed in the mountains of northwestern Persia. Facing powerful enemies, but without an army of their own, they turned to subterfuge and assassination to achieve their goals. Many fanciful stories are told about the assassins, but the order was real and feared, and responsible for scores of political murders over the next 2 centuries. Under the Seljuks, Abbasid caliphs continued to reign as spiritual leaders and figureheads. But the 12th century saw the fracturing of the great Seljuk Empire, a familiar story of disputed successions and local governors making their bid for power. Sensing weakness, in 1136, Abbasid Caliph al-Muqtafi raised his own army to reassert Abbasid independence for the first time in nearly 2 centuries. He took control of Baghdad, and in 1157 held it against a Seljuk siege. After generations of foreign subjugation, the Abbasids had re-emerged as an independent power. But it would soon all come crashing down.
Classic grape lollipop has the taste that takes you back.
Well, bro.
Start improving your fitness from day one with real-time insights and guidance built around your goals. See where we can take you.
In the 13th century, a new force from the east tore through the Islamic world, scattering armies and destroying every city that did not submit to them. The Mongols. First to fall, the Khwarezmian Empire, successor to the Seljuks, overrun by the Mongol hordes of Genghis Khan. By 1256, his grandson, Hulagu, was poised to renew the onslaught. But first, he turned his attention to the assassins, rumored to be plotting his death. The order was scattered and crushed. 2 years later, Hulagu advanced against the Abbasid Caliphate. As his armies neared Baghdad, he sent a stern warning to Caliph al-Mustasim, demanding the city's surrender. Despite the Mongols' terrifying record of destroying any city that opposed them, al-Mustasim decided Baghdad's walls could keep out any steppe nomads. He was wrong. After half Baghdad's garrison was massacred in a disastrous sortie, the city surrendered. But Hulagu was in no mood for mercy. A contemporary chronicler described the horrors that followed. The people of Baghdad were put to the sword and subjected to 40 days of killing, pillaging, and enslavement. They tortured people to extort their wealth. They killed men, women, and children. A great part of the city, including the Caliph's mosque, was burnt. The city laid in ruins. The dead lay like mounds in the streets and markets. The death toll is unknown, but was in the many thousands. Allegedly, only Christians were spared, thanks to the intercession of Hulagu's Christian wife. Baghdad's libraries were destroyed, their books and manuscripts, representing centuries of Muslim scholarship, were thrown into the Tigris River so that it was said to run black with ink. Al-Mustasim was forced to witness this terrible destruction. Then, according to several sources, he was rolled in a carpet and trampled to death, as Mongols feared to spill royal blood. last caliph of Baghdad was dead. Never again would the Abbasids hold meaningful political power. Al-Mustasim was not the last Abbasid caliph. The line would continue under the Mamluk Sultanate that now ruled Egypt, but his successors in Cairo were merely ceremonial figures, religious leaders with little power. The last caliph, Al-Mutawakkil III, surrendered to the Ottoman Empire in 1517 and was taken away as a prisoner to Constantinople. It was a humiliating fate for a dynasty that had once ruled one of history's greatest empires, one that had dominated the Middle East, that had taken on and defeated the Byzantines in the west and Chinese in the east, that had overseen a great flourishing of scholarship, culture, technology and trade, and reigned over the era that is remembered as Islam's golden age. For centuries to come, Islamic leaders would assert their legitimacy by claiming descent from this one towering dynasty, the Abbasids. Big thanks to Osprey Publishing for kind permission to use several of their images in this video. In the video description, we've included links to some of the titles that cover the military history of the Caliphate, with much more brilliant artwork. Thanks also to our series historical advisor, Professor Antoine Borut of the University of Maryland. You can find out more about Antoine's projects and publications via his university webpage using the link in the video description. Thanks most of all to the Epic History TV Patreon supporters who make this channel possible. Visit our Patreon page to find out how you can support our work, help choose future topics, and get ad-free early access to new videos.
Any pizza, any toppings, for just $9.99. Sheesh, I'm getting all kinds of ideas.
For thousands of years, the lands known today as Russia and Ukraine were inhabited by nomadic tribes and mysterious Bronze Age cultures. The only record they left were their graves. In the great open grasslands of the south, the steppe, they buried their chieftains beneath huge mounds called kurgans. The ancient Greek historian Herodotus called these people Scythians. Their lands were overrun by the same nomadic warriors who brought down the Roman Empire. The land was then settled by Slavs. They shared some language and culture, but were divided into many different tribes. Vikings from Scandinavia, known in the east as Varangians, rode up Russia's long rivers on daring raids and trading expeditions. According to legend, the East Slavs asked a Varangian chief named Rurik to be their prince and unite the tribes. He accepted and made his capital at Novgorod. His dynasty, the Rurikids, would rule Russia for 700 years. His people called themselves the Rus and gave their name to the land. Rurik's successor, Oleg, captured Kiev, making it the capital of a new state, Kievan Rus. A century later, seeking closer ties with the Byzantine Empire to the south, Vladimir the Great adopted their religion and converted to Orthodox Christianity. He is still venerated today as the man who brought Christianity to Ukraine and Russia. Yaroslav the Wise codified laws and conquered new lands. His reign marked the golden age of Kievan Rus. It was amongst the most sophisticated and powerful states in Europe. But after Yaroslav's death, his sons fought amongst themselves. Kievan Rus disintegrated into a patchwork of feuding princedoms, just as a deadly new threat emerged from the east. The Mongols under Genghis Khan had overrun much of Asia. Now they launched a great raid across the Caucasus Mountains and defeated the Kievan princes at the Battle of the Kalka River, but then withdrew. 14 years later, the Mongols returned. A gigantic army led by Batu Khan overran the land. Cities that resisted were burnt, their people slaughtered. The city of Novgorod was spared because it submitted to the Mongols. Its prince, Alexander Nevsky, then saved the city again, defeating the Teutonic Knights at the Battle of the Ice, fought above a frozen lake. He remains one of Russia's most revered heroes. The Mongols ruled the land as conquerors. Their new empire was called the Golden Horde, ruled by a Khan from his new capital at Sarai. The Rus princes were his vassals. They were forced to pay tribute or suffer devastating reprisal raids. They called their oppressors Tatars. They lived under the Tatar yoke. Alexander Nevsky's son, Daniel, founded the Grand Principality of Moscow, which quickly grew in power. Under the great Uzbek Khan, the Tatars converted to Islam. A rising power, the Grand Duchy of Lithuania defeated the Tatars at the Battle of Blue Waters and conquered Kiev. 18 years later, Dmitry Donskoy, Grand Prince of Moscow, also defeated the Tatars at the Great Battle of Kulikova Field. After years of infighting, the Golden Horde now began to disintegrate into rival khanates. Constantinople, capital and last outpost of the once great Byzantine Empire, fell to the Turkish Ottoman Empire. Some hailed Moscow as the Third Rome, the seat of Orthodox Christian faith. Now Rome and Constantinople had fallen. Meanwhile, the Grand Princes of Moscow continued to expand their power, annexing Novgorod and forging the first Russian state. At the Ugra River, Ivan III of Moscow faced down the Tatar army and forced it to retreat. Russia had finally cast off the Tatar yoke. Under Grand Prince Vasily III, Moscow continued to grow in size and power. His son, Ivan IV, was crowned the first Tsar of Russia. He would be remembered as Ivan the Terrible. Ivan conquered Tatar lands in Kazan and Astrakhan, but was defeated in the Livonian War by Sweden and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Ivan's modernizing reforms gave way to a reign of terror and mass executions, fueled by his violent paranoia. Russia was still vulnerable. Raiders from the Crimean Khanate were able to burn Moscow itself. But the next year, Russian forces routed the Tatars at Molody, just south of the city. Cossacks now lived on the open steppe, a lawless region between three warring states. They were skilled horsemen who lived freely and often recruited by Russia and Poland to fight as mercenaries. Ivan the Terrible's own son, the Tsarevich, fell victim to one of his father's violent rages, bludgeoned to death with the royal scepter. The Cossack adventurer Yermak Timofeyevich led the Russian conquest of Siberia, defeating Tatars and subjugating indigenous tribes. In the north, Arkhangelsk was founded, for the time being Russia's only seaport linking it to Western Europe, though it was icebound in winter. Ivan the Terrible was succeeded by his son, Fyodor I, who died childless. It was the end of the Rurikid dynasty. Ivan's advisor, Boris Godunov, became Tsar. But after his sudden death, his widow and teenage son were brutally murdered, and the throne seized by an impostor claiming to be Ivan the Terrible's son. He too was soon murdered. Russia slid into anarchy, the so-called Time of Troubles. Rebels and foreign armies laid waste to the land, and the population was decimated by famine and plague. Polish troops occupied Moscow. Swedish troops seized Novgorod. The Russian state seemed on the verge of extinction. In 1612, Russia was in a state of anarchy. They called it the Time of Troubles. The people were terrorized by war, famine, and plague. Up to a third of them perished. Foreign troops occupied Moscow, Smolensk, and Novgorod. But then, Russia fought back. Prince Pozharsky and a merchant, Kuzma Minin, led the Russian militia to Moscow and threw out the Polish garrison. Since 2005, this event has been commemorated every 4th of November as Russian National Unity Day. The Russian Assembly, the Zemsky Sabor, realized the country had to unite behind a new ruler and elected a 16-year-old noble, Mikhail Romanov, as the next Tsar. His dynasty would rule Russia for the next 300 years. Tsar Mikhail exchanged territory for peace, winning Russia much-needed breathing space. His son, Tsar Alexei, implemented a new legal code, the Sabornoye Ulouzhenie. It turned all Russian peasants, 80% of the population, into serfs, effectively slaves, their status inherited by their children, with no freedom to travel or choose their master. It was a system that dominated Russian rural life for the next 200 years. The head of the Russian Orthodox Church, Patriarch Nikon, imposed religious reforms that split the church between reformers and old believers. It's a schism that continues to this day. Ukrainian Cossacks, rebelling against the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, recognized Tsar Alexei as overlord in exchange for his military support. It led to the 13 Years' War between Russia and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Russia emerged victorious, reclaiming Smolensk and taking control of eastern Ukraine. A revolt against Tsarist government, led by a renegade Cossack, Stenka Razin, brought anarchy to southern Russia. It was finally suppressed. Razin was brought to Moscow and executed by quartering. The sickly but highly educated Fyodor III passed many reforms. He abolished Mesnichestva, the system that had awarded government posts according to nobility rather than merit, and symbolically burned the ancient books of rank. But Fyodor died aged just 19. His sister Sophia became Princess Regent, ruling on behalf of her younger brothers, the joint Tsars Ivan V and Peter I. After centuries of conflict, Russia and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth signed a treaty of eternal peace. Russia then joined the Holy League, in its war against the Ottoman Empire. Sophia's reign also saw the first treaty between Russia and China, establishing the frontier between the two states. At age 17, Peter I seized power from his half-sister Sophia. Peter became the first Russian ruler to travel abroad. He toured Europe with his grand embassy, seeking allies for Russia's war against Turkey and learning the latest developments in science and shipbuilding. The war against Turkey was successfully concluded by the Treaty of Constantinople. Russia gained Azov from Turkey's ally, the Crimean Khanate, and with it, a foothold on the Black Sea. Peter made many reforms, seeking to turn Russia into a modern European state. He demanded Russian nobles dress and behave like Europeans. He made those who refused to shave pay a beard tax. Peter built the first Russian navy, reformed the army and government, and promoted industry, trade, and education. In the Great Northern War, Russia, Poland, Lithuania, and Denmark took on the dominant power in the Baltic, Sweden. The war began badly for Russia with a disastrous defeat to Charles XII of Sweden at Narva. But Russia won a second Battle of Narva before crushing Charles XII's army at the Battle of Poltava. On the Baltic coast, Peter completed construction of a new capital, St. Petersburg. The building of what would become Russia's second largest city among coastal marshes was a remarkable achievement, though it cost the lives of many thousands of serfs. The Great Northern War ended with the Treaty of Nystrad. Russia's gains at Sweden's expense made it the new dominant Baltic power. 4 years before his death, Peter was declared Peter the Great, father of his country, emperor of all the Russias.
Spring, the unofficial new year for tool people. New jobs, new projects, quality tools from Harbor Freight. We've got the savings to start your new year off right. So come celebrate spring at Harbor Freight.
Turn your kitchen into a restaurant with Kraft Signature Shreds. Amazing milk, rich flavor. Craft together a restaurant quality meal in your home.
Thank you, Chef.
Peter was succeeded by his wife Catherine, then his grandson Peter II, who died of smallpox, aged just 40. Empress Anna Ivanovna, daughter of Peter the Great's half-brother Ivan V, was famed for her decadence and the influence of her German lover Ernst Biron. During Anna's reign, Peter Sperry, a Danish explorer in Russian service, led the first expedition to chart the coast of Alaska. He also discovered the Aleutian Islands, and later gave his name to the sea that separates Russia and America. After Anna's death, her infant grandnephew Ivan VI was deposed by Peter the Great's daughter Elizabeth. Ivan VI spent his entire life in captivity. Until age 23, he was murdered by his guards during a failed rescue attempt. Elizabeth, meanwhile, was famed for her vanity, extravagance, and many young lovers. But she was also capable of decisive leadership. In alliance with France and Austria, Elizabeth led Russia into the 7 Years' War against Frederick the Great of Prussia. The Russian army inflicted a crushing defeat on Frederick at the Battle of Kunersdorf, but failed to exploit its victory. Meanwhile, in St. Petersburg, the Winter Palace was completed at vast expense. It would remain the monarch's official residence right up until the Russian Revolution of 1917. Peter III was Peter the Great's grandson by his elder daughter Anna Petrovna, who died as a consequence of childbirth. Raised in Denmark, Peter spoke hardly any Russian, and greatly admired Russia's enemy, Frederick the Great. So he had Russia swap sides in the 7 Years' War, saving Frederick from almost certain defeat. Peter's actions angered many army officers, and he'd always been despised by his German wife, Catherine. Together, they deposed Peter III, who died a week later in suspicious circumstances. His wife, Catherine, became Empress of Russia. Her reign would be remembered as one of Russia's most glorious. In the early 1700s, Peter the Great's reforms put Russia on the path to becoming a great European power. But it was his grandson's German wife, Catherine, who deposed her husband to become Empress of Russia, who oversaw the completion of that transformation. Like Peter, she too will be remembered as the Great. Catherine was a student and admirer of the French Enlightenment, and even corresponded with the French philosopher Voltaire. She reigned as an enlightened autocrat. Her power was unchecked, but she pursued ideals of reason, tolerance, and progress. Catherine became a great patron of the arts and learning. Schools and colleges were built. The Bolshoi Theatre was founded, as well as the Imperial Academy of Fine Arts, while her own magnificent collection of artwork now forms the basis of the world-famous Hermitage Museum. Catherine encouraged Europeans to move to Russia to share their expertise, and helped German migrants to settle in the Volga region, where they became known as Volga Germans. Their communities survived nearly 200 years, until, on Stalin's orders, they were deported east at the start of World War II. Catherine's reign also saw enormous territorial expansion. In the south, Russia defeated the Ottoman Empire, winning new lands and the fortresses of Azov and Kerch. But then Catherine faced a major peasant revolt, led by the renegade Cossack Yemelyan Pugachev. The rebels took many fortresses and towns, and stormed the city of Kazan, before they were finally defeated by the Russian army. Catherine then forcibly incorporated the Zaporozhian Cossacks into the Russian Empire, and annexed the Crimean Khanate, a thorn in Russia's side for 300 years. Russia's new lands in the south were named Novorossiya, New Russia. Sparsely populated, they were settled by Russian colonists under the supervision of Prince Potemkin, Catherine's advisor and lover. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, exhausted by war and at the mercy of its neighbors, was carved up a series of partitions, with Russia taking the lion's share. Poland did not re-emerge as an independent nation until 1918. Russia inherited a large Jewish population from Poland, who Catherine decreed could live only in the so-called Pale of Settlement, and were excluded from most cities. In France, the French Revolution led to the execution of King Louis XVI. Catherine was horrified, and in the last years of her reign, completely turned her back on the liberal idealism of her youth. 3 years later, Catherine died, ending one of the most glorious reigns in Russian history. She was succeeded by her son, Paul, a man obsessed by military discipline and detail, and opposed to all his mother's works. Russia joined the coalition of European powers fighting revolutionary France. Marshal Suvorov, one of Russia's greatest military commanders, won a series of victories against the French in northern Italy. But the wider war was a failure. Meanwhile, Paul's reforms had alienated Russia's army and nobility, and he was murdered in a palace coup. He was succeeded by his 23-year-old son Alexander, who shared his grandmother Catherine's vision for a more modern Russian state. His advisor, the brilliant Count Mikhail Speransky, reformed administration and finance. Yet the emperor refused to back his plans for a liberal constitution. Ultimately, it was war with France that would dominate Alexander's reign. France had a new emperor, Napoleon Bonaparte, who inflicted a series of defeats on Russia and her allies at Austerlitz, Eylau, and Friedland. But at Tilsit in 1807, the two young emperors met and made an alliance. Russia attacked Sweden, annexing Finland, which became an autonomous Grand Duchy within the Russian Empire. But then, in 1812, Napoleon invaded Russia. At Borodino, French and Russian armies clashed in a gigantic battle, one of the bloodiest of the age. Napoleon emerged victorious, but the Russian army escaped intact. Napoleon occupied Moscow, which was destroyed by fire. And when Alexander refused to negotiate, the French army was forced to make a long retreat through the Russian winter and was annihilated. Napoleon had been dealt a mortal blow, and Russia, alongside Prussia, Austria, and Britain, then led the fight back, which ended in the capture of Paris and Napoleon's abdication. At the Congress of Vienna, as part of the spoils of war, Alexander became King of Poland. Then, with Austria and Prussia, he formed the Holy Alliance, with the aim of preventing further revolutions in Europe. Meanwhile, in the Balkans and Caucasus, Russia had been waging intermittent wars against the Ottoman Empire, Persia, and local tribes. The frontier had been pushed south to incorporate Bessarabia, Circassia, Chechnya, and much of modern Georgia, Dagestan, Azerbaijan, and Armenia. But the peoples of the Caucasus bitterly resisted Russian rule. Russia's attempt to impose its authority on the region led to the Caucasian War, a brutal conflict fought amongst the mountains and forests that would drag on for nearly 50 years. Alexander was succeeded by his brother Nicholas, a conservative and reactionary. But parts of Russian society had now developed an appetite for European-style liberalism, including certain army officers who had seen other ways of doing things during the Napoleonic Wars. They saw Nicholas as an obstacle, but the new emperor's first challenge would be military revolt. (1825). Victory over Napoleon had confirmed Russia's status as a world power. But there was discontent within Russia amongst intellectuals and army officers, some of whom had formed secret societies to plot the overthrow of Russia's autocratic system. When Emperor Alexander was succeeded, not as expected by his brother Constantine, but by a younger brother Nicholas, one of these secret societies used the confusion to launch a military coup. But the Decembrist revolt, as it became known, was defeated by loyalist troops, and the ringleaders were hanged. Others were sent into internal exile in Siberia. This was to become a common sentence for criminals and political prisoners in Tsarist Russia. Nicholas went on to adopt an official doctrine of orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality. The state was to rest on pillars of church, Tsar, and the Russian national spirit, a clear rejection of the values of European liberalism. In the Caucasus, border clashes with Persia led to a war which ended in complete Russian victory. The Treaty of Turkmenchai forced Persia to cede all its territories in the region to Russia and pay a large indemnity. Russian support for Greece in its war of independence against the Ottomans led to war between Russia and the Ottoman Empire. Russian victory brought further gains in the Black Sea region. A Polish revolt, led by young army officers, was crushed by Russian troops. Alexander Pushkin, Russia's greatest poet, was shot in a duel, and 2 days later died from his wounds. Nicholas sent troops to help put down a Hungarian revolt against Austrian rule. The emperor's willingness to help suppress liberal revolts won him the nickname the gendarme, or policeman of Europe. Russia's first major railway was opened, connecting St. Petersburg and Moscow. Alexander Herzl, a leading intellectual critic of Russia's autocracy, emigrated to London, where he continued to call for reform in his homeland. He'd later be described as the father of Russian socialism. The Ottoman Empire, now known as the sick man of Europe, reacted to further Russian provocations by declaring war. The Russian Black Sea Fleet inflicted a crushing defeat on the Turks at the Battle of Sinope. But Britain and France, alarmed at Russia's southern expansion and potential control of Constantinople, declared war on Russia. The Allies landed troops in Crimea and besieged the naval base of Sevastopol, which fell after a grueling year-long siege. In the Baltic, British and French warships blockaded the Russian capital, St. Petersburg. Russia was forced to sign a humiliating peace, withdraw its forces from the Black Sea, and put on hold plans for further southern expansion.
Chicken Al Pastor is back at Chipotle. The fire beats flavor here for a limited time. Chipotle, for real. Cold weather is tough on your hands. Try O'Keefe's Working Hands Hand Cream for guaranteed relief in one use.
We knew our last Verbo was going to be incredible. We didn't know the hot tub was broken. But thanks to Verbo Care and 24/7 life support, we moved us to a better place, better hot tub.
Got any room for Dad?
Think again. Hey, teenagers are full of surprises. Verbo is not. If you know, you Verbo.
You have to be quite the go-getter when you're running your own business. Doesn't hurt if you have the Google Fi phone plan too. I get an enhanced connection that's reliable even during rush hour. That way I can be the best in the biz. Sorry, couldn't resist. Google Fi Wireless. Switch today.
Nicholas I was succeeded by his son, Alexander II. The Crimean War had exposed Russia's weakness. The country lagged far behind its European rivals in industry, infrastructure, and military power. So Alexander, unlike his father, decided to embrace reform. The most obvious sign of Russia's backwardness was serfdom. According to the 1857 census, more than a third of Russians were serfs, forced to work their master's land with few rights, restrictions on movement, and their status passed down to their children. They were slaves in all but name. In 1861, Alexander II abolished serfdom in Russia. He was hailed as the liberator. But in reality, most former serfs remained trapped in servitude and poverty. Alexander's reforms would continue with the creation of the Zemstva, provincial assemblies with authority over local affairs, including education and social welfare. In the Far East, Russia forced territorial concessions from a weakened China, leading to the founding of Vladivostok, Russia's major Pacific port. Another uprising by Poles and Lithuanians against Russian rule was once more crushed by the Russian army. In the Caucasus, Russia's long and brutal war against local tribes came to an end, with their leaders swearing oaths of loyalty to the Tsar. In Central Asia, the Russian Empire was gradually expanding southwards. Russian armies defeated the Emirate of Bukhara and the Khanate of Khiva, and by the 1880s, Russia had conquered most of what was then called Turkestan, today the countries of Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan. Imperial rivalry in Central Asia between Russia and Britain led to the Great Game, a 19th century version of the Cold War. Centered on Afghanistan, diplomats and spies on both sides tried to win local support, extend their own influence, and limit the expansion of their rival, while avoiding direct military confrontation. Russia decided to sell Alaska to America for $7.2 million. Many Americans thought it was a waste of money. Gold and oil were only discovered there much later. Leo Tolstoy's War and Peace was published, still regarded as one of the world's greatest works of literature. The late 19th century was a cultural golden age for Russia, a period of literary greats and outstanding composers. Russia, in support of nationalist revolts in the Balkans against Ottoman rule, went to war with the Ottoman Empire once more. Russian troops crossed the Danube, then with Bulgarian help, fought to secure the vital Shipka Pass. Then they launched a bloody 5-month siege of Plevna in Bulgaria. Russia and her allies finally won victory, with their troops threatening Constantinople itself. But at the Congress of Berlin, Russia bowed to international pressure and accepted limited gains in a settlement that also led to independence for Romania, Serbia, Montenegro, and later Bulgaria. Meanwhile, within Russia, radical political groups were increasingly frustrated by Alexander II's limited reforms. There were several failed attempts to assassinate the emperor, but as he prepared to approve new constitutional reforms, he was killed in St. Petersburg by a bomb thrown by members of the People's Will, one of the world's first modern terrorist groups. This act of violence would lead only to a new era of repression. In 1881, Russian Emperor Alexander II was assassinated by left-wing terrorists in St. Petersburg. Today, the place where he was fatally wounded is marked by the magnificent Church of the Savior on Spilled Blood. Alexander II had been a reformer, hailed as the liberator for freeing Russia's serfs. But his son and successor, Alexander III, believed his father's reforms had unleashed dangerous forces within Russia that ultimately led to his death. As emperor, he publicly vowed to reassert autocratic rule, declaring that, in the midst of our great grief, the voice of God orders us to undertake courageously the task of ruling, with faith in the strength and rightness of autocratic power. The Tsar's secret police, the so-called Okranka, was ordered to infiltrate Russia's many revolutionary groups. Those found guilty of plotting against the government were hanged or sent into internal exile in Siberia. Alexander III was a pious man who supported the Orthodox Church and the assertion of a strong Russian national identity. Russia's Jews became victims of this policy. They'd already been targeted in murderous race riots known as pogroms after false rumors were spread that they were responsible for the assassination of the emperor. Now, the government expelled 20,000 Jews from Moscow, and many who could began to leave the country. Over the next 40 years, around 2 million Jews would leave Russia, most bound for the USA. Concerned by the growing power of Germany, Russia signed an alliance with France, both sides promising military aid if the other was attacked. Sergei Witte was appointed Russia's new Minister of Finance. His reforms helped to modernize the Russian economy and encourage foreign investment, particularly from its new ally, France. French loans helped Russia to develop its industry and infrastructure. Work began on the Trans-Siberian Railway. Completed in 1916, it remains the world's longest railway line, running 5,772 miles, from Moscow to Vladivostok. Alexander III was succeeded by his son, Nicholas II. His coronation was marred by tragedy when 1,400 people were crushed to death at an open-air celebration in Moscow. China granted Russia the right to build a naval base at Port Arthur. When China faced a major revolt known as the Boxer Rebellion, Russia moved troops into Manchuria under the pretext of defending Port Arthur from the rebels. This brought Russia into conflict with Japan, who also had designs over Manchuria and Korea. The Japanese made a surprise attack on Port Arthur, then defeated the Russian army at the giant Battle of Mukden. Russia's Baltic fleet, meanwhile, had sailed halfway around the world to reach the Pacific, where it was immediately annihilated at the Battle of Tsushima. Russia was left with no option but to sign a humiliating peace, brokered by US President Theodore Roosevelt. Meanwhile, the Tsar faced another crisis much closer to home. In St. Petersburg, a strike by steel workers had escalated, and plans were made for a mass demonstration. Tens of thousands of protesters marched to the Winter Palace to present a petition to the Tsar, asking for better workers' rights and more political freedom. But instead, troops opened fire on the crowds, killing more than 100. Bloody Sunday, as it became known, led to more strikes and unrest across the country. The crew of the battleship Potemkin mutinied, killing their officers and taking control of the ship. To defuse the crisis, Nicholas II reluctantly issued the October Manifesto, drafted under the supervision of Sergei Witte. It promised an elected assembly and new political rights, including freedom of speech, and was welcomed by most moderates. Russia's first constitution was drafted the next year. For the first time, the Tsar would share power with an elected assembly, the State Duma, though the Tsar had the right to veto its legislation and dissolve it at any time. Sergei Witte finally lost the Tsar's confidence and was dismissed. The Tsar's new Prime Minister, Stolypin, introduced land reforms to help the peasants, while dealing severely with Russia's would-be revolutionaries, so much so that the hangman's noose got a new nickname, Stolypin's necktie. But having survived several attempts on his life, Stolypin was shot and killed by an assassin at the Kiev Opera House. Meanwhile, Grigory Rasputin, the Siberian faith healer, had joined the imperial family's inner circle, thanks to his unique ability to ease the suffering of the Tsar's hemophiliac son, Alexei. Despite sporadic acts of terrorism, Russia now had the fastest growing economy in Europe. Agricultural and industrial output were on the rise. Most ordinary Russians remained loyal to the Tsar and his family. Russia's future seemed bright.
We're challenging the standard of what comes standard. The next generation GMC terrain elevation.
Current eligible lessees can take the slow letters lease on this terrain elevation before Act 299 per month.
Top it and top it with cracked Parmesan cheese. Top it and top it on everything. You can't replace that OG taste.
In 1914, in Sarajevo, a Slav nationalist assassinated Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, sparking a European crisis. When Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia, Emperor Nicholas ordered the Russian army to mobilize, to show his support for a fellow Slav nation. Austria-Hungary's ally, Germany, saw Russian mobilization as a threat and declared war. Europe's network of alliances came into effect, and soon all the major powers were marching to war. World War I had begun. Russia experienced a wave of patriotic fervor. The capital, St. Petersburg, was even renamed Petrograd to sound less German. An early Russian advance into East Prussia ended with heavy defeats at Tannenberg and the Masurian Lakes. There was greater success against Austria-Hungary, but that too came at a high price. Russian losses forced the army to make a general retreat in 1915. In 1916, Russia's Brusilov offensive against Austro-Hungarian forces was one of the most successful Allied attacks of the war. But losses were so heavy that the Russian army was unable to launch any more major operations. In Petrograd, Rasputin, whose alleged influence over the Tsar's family was despised by certain Russian aristocrats, was murdered, possibly with the help of British agents. The war put intolerable strains on Russia. At the front, losses were enormous, while in the cities, economic mismanagement led to rising prices and food shortages. In Petrograd, the workers' frustration led to strikes and demonstrations. Troops ordered to disperse the crowds refused, and joined the protesters instead. The government had lost control of the capital. On board the imperial train at Pskov, senior politicians and generals told the emperor he must abdicate, or Russia would descend into anarchy and lose the war. Nicholas accepted their advice and renounced the throne in favour of his brother, Grand Duke Michael, who effectively declined the offer. 400 years of Romanov rule were at an end. Russia was now a republic. A provisional government took power, but could not halt Russia's slide into economic and military chaos. Workers, soldiers and peasants elected their own councils, known as Soviets. The Petrograd Soviet was so powerful it was effectively a rival government, especially as discontent with the provisional government continued to grow. The Bolsheviks under Vladimir Lenin attracted growing support with their radical proposals for an immediate end to the war, the redistribution of land, and transfer of power to the Soviets. In October, they launched a coup, masterminded by Leon Trotsky. Bolshevik Red Guards stormed the Winter Palace, where the provisional government met, and arrested its members. Lenin and the Bolsheviks were now in charge. Russia had been thrown upon a bold and dangerous course. Under a Marxist-inspired revolutionary party, it would now seek to create the world's first communist state. But first, it would have to survive the chaos and slaughter of one of history's bloodiest civil wars. Thank you to all our Patreon supporters who made this video possible. Please click the link to find out how you can support the channel and help us choose future topics.
Chicken Al Pastor is back at Chipotle, where fire meets flavor, where heat meets pineapple sweet, where chicken meets the sizzle of the grill, and where fans meet their favorite. Chicken Al Pastor, where fire meets flavor.
For 400 years, the Sassanid Persian Empire stood as the titan of the East. From the mountains of Iran to the fertile banks of the Euphrates, their power was absolute. They had crushed the Romans on several occasions. They had conquered nations. Their kings, the Shahan Shahs, ruled from the White Palace of Ctesiphon, believing their throne was eternal. To them, the deserts of Arabia to the south were nothing but a wasteland, a graveyard of sand inhabited by scattered tribes unworthy of their attention. But in the year 633 AD, everything changed. The tribes were no longer scattered. They were united under a single banner of Islam. They were looking north. In Medina, Caliph Abu Bakr made a decision that would alter the course of history. He decided to challenge the superpower. But to fight an empire of millions, he needed a general who could defy the impossible. He chose a man who had never known defeat, a tactician who saw the desert not as a barrier, but as a weapon, a warrior who had broken 9 swords in a single battle. He chose Khalid ibn al-Walid, the sword of Allah. What followed was one of the most brilliant military campaigns in human history. In just 12 short months, Khalid would lead his small army of 18,000 men against the colossal might of Persia. From the iron chains of Kazima to the blood-soaked river of Ulay, from the masterful double envelopment of Walaja to to the impossible night raids of the Euphrates. He would strike with the speed of lightning and the force of a thunderbolt. This is not just a story of battles. This is the story of how the map of the ancient world was rewritten in a single year. Prepare yourself. This is the complete, uninterrupted story of the Rashidun army conquest of Iraq. Before we begin this journey, if you appreciate the effort to bring this history to life, please like this video and subscribe to Historic War Lens. Hit the bell icon so you are the first to witness our upcoming Syrian campaign. Share this saga with others so the legacy of these Islamic heroes is never forgotten. The year is 633 AD. The Arabian Peninsula has been pacified. The fires of the Ridda Wars have been extinguished in the blood of the Garden of Death. For the first time in history, the tribes of Arabia stand united under a single banner. But peace is not in the nature of empires. To the east, casting a long shadow over the desert, lay a Titan, the Sassanid Empire, Persia. For 400 years, they had been one of the two superpowers of the world, locking horns with Rome in a war that spanned centuries. They possessed vast wealth, advanced technology, and armies that numbered in the hundreds of thousands. To them, the Arabs were nothing. They were seen as lizard eaters, primitive, a nuisance on the border, not a threat. The Persians believed that the desert was a wall that protected them. They believed no army could cross it and survive. But they had never met a man like Khalid ibn al-Walid. In April 633, the Caliph Abu Bakr gave the order that would change the history of the world forever. He did not order Khalid to guard the borders. He ordered him to invade. Khalid marched north with 18,000 men. His target was the city of Ubullah, the great port of the Persian Empire at the head of the Persian Gulf. But standing in his way was a man who personified the arrogance of the Sassanid state, Hormuz. He was the military governor of the frontier district, a man of immense wealth and noble blood. He viewed the Arabs with open contempt. History tells us he was a tyrant. He was so oppressive that the locals had a saying, more hateful than Hormuz. Hormuz commanded the frontier army. These were not the chaotic tribal levies Khalid had fought in Yamama. This was a professional imperial war machine. They wore heavy steel helmets, chainmail hauberks that reached their knees, plate armor on their arms and chests. They were the cataphracts, human tanks of the ancient world. When Hormuz heard that a small Arab force was approaching, he didn't feel fear. He felt insulted. He immediately gathered his army, heavily outnumbering Khalid, and marched south to a place called Kazima. He intended to crush these desert raiders before they could even touch Persian soil. He wanted to teach them a lesson in hierarchy. But Hormuz made a fatal calculation. He assumed Khalid would fight like a barbarian, charging headfirst into the strongest point of the enemy line. He did not realize he was facing the greatest military tactician of the age. Khalid knew he could not fight the Persians in a direct trial of strength. His men were lightly armored. They had simple swords and leather shields. If they stood toe-to-toe with the heavy Persian infantry, they would be ground to dust. So, Khalid decided to use his enemy's greatest strength against him. The Persians were heavy. They were slow. Their supply lines were long. Khalid was light. He was fast. He moved on camels, and his men were used to the brutal heat of the desert. Khalid sent scouts ahead. He knew Hormuz was marching to Kazima. So instead of meeting him there, Khalid changed direction. He marched his army away to a different location called Hufir. Hormuz arrived at Kazima and found nothing. The desert was empty. Enraged, and hearing that Khalid was at Hufir, Hormuz ordered his massive, heavy army to pack up and march again. They marched south, under the blistering sun, weighed down by 30 kilograms of iron and steel. They reached with fear, exhausted, expecting a battle. But Khalid was gone. His scouts had alerted him. As soon as the Persians got close, Khalid simply packed up and marched back to Kazima. It was a game of cat and mouse, but Hormuz was not the cat. Hormuz was furious. He could not let these raiders escape. His pride would not allow it. So he ordered his men to march back to Kazima. Imagine the state of the Persian soldiers. They had marched back and forth across the desert for days. They were dehydrated. Their shoulders ached from the weight of their armor. Their morale was sinking with every step. Khalid had not yet drawn his sword, and he was already winning. Finally, the two armies met at Kazima. Khalid had arrived first. This was crucial. He had taken the high ground. More importantly, he had secured the water springs. When the Persian army arrived, they were thirsty, tired, and dusty, and now they had to fight for the right to drink. Hormuz deployed his army for battle, and here we see the detail that gave this battle its name. The Persian officers, realizing that their men were exhausted and fearing that they might flee, gave a chilling order. They ordered the men in the front ranks to link themselves together with heavy iron chains. 5 to 10 men were shackled together at the ankle. In Persian military doctrine, this was a symbol of courage. It was a message to the enemy. We are an iron wall. We will never retreat. We will stand or we will die. It was meant to be a show of strength, but to Khalid ibn al-Walid, looking down from the ridge, it looked like a death sentence. He realized that the enemy had just voluntarily removed their ability to maneuver. They had anchored themselves to the slaughterhouse floor. Before the general charge, Hormuz rode out. Despite his exhaustion, he was a proud warrior. He called out for a duel, the Mubarazun tradition. He shouted, "Man to man, where is Khalid?" Khalid rode out to meet him. Whatever else he was, Hormuz was a skilled fighter. He dismounted his horse, challenging Khalid to fight on foot. Khalid obliged. They circled each other in the sand, the two commanders, the future of the invasion resting on their blades. They locked swords. Khalid struck. Hormuz parried. It was a stalemate, and Hormuz had no intention of fighting fair. Before the battle, he had placed a group of his best assassins in the front row of the Persian line. He had given them secret orders. At the moment Khalid locked blades with him, Hormuz gave a signal. Suddenly, the assassins broke ranks. They charged toward the duel, intending to mob Khalid and kill him instantly. It was a disgraceful act of treachery, a violation of the sacred rules of war. Khalid was trapped. He was wrestling with Hormuz, and half a dozen assassins were sprinting toward his unprotected back. But in the Arab lines, a warrior named Makal ibn al-Ashar was watching. He saw the trap spring. Like lightning, Makal galloped forward. He reached the melee just seconds before the assassins. With a roar, he cut down two of them, buying Khalid a fraction of a second. That was all Khalid needed. He overpowered Hormuz. He grappled him to the ground, and with a single brutal motion, he ended the governor of the frontier. Khalid stood up, bloodied, over the body of his enemy. He looked at the charging assassins, and then at the Persian army. He raised his sword, and the Muslim army charged. The death of Hormuz shattered the Persian morale. They could not run. The Muslim attack was ferocious. They hit the Persian line like a hammer. Usually, when an army breaks, the soldiers scatter. They run. They live to fight another day. But the front lines of the Persians were chained. As the panic set in, men tried to flee, but they jerked against the iron shackles of their dead comrades. If one man fell, he dragged 4 others down with him. If one man tried to run, he was held in place by the corpse of his brother. The iron wall became a tangled mass of screaming men, tripping over each other, unable to lift their shields, unable to escape. It was a massacre. The Muslim warriors moved through the tangled lines, finishing the job. The desert sand turned to a slurry of mud and blood, just as it had in the Garden of Death. The chains, meant to ensure victory, had ensured total annihilation. By sunset, the Battle of Chains was over. Thousands of Persian soldiers lay dead in the sand, bound together in iron for eternity. Khalid captured the camp. The booty was immense. Weapons, gold, horses, and armour unlike anything the Arabs had ever seen. Khalid sent the war booty back to Medina, along with the captured elephant of Hormuz. When the people of Medina saw the chains and the weapons, they realized something terrifying and wonderful. The superpower was vulnerable. But Khalid did not celebrate. He knew this was only the border guard. Hormuz was just a governor. Behind him lay the emperor. Behind him lay the main field armies of the Sassanid Empire. They would not make the same mistake again. They would not underestimate him again. The year is 633 AD. The Arabian Desert, once a silent void on the map of great empires, has erupted. In our last episode, we witnessed the unthinkable. At the Battle of Chains, Khalid ibn al-Walid, the sword of Allah, shattered the frontier army of the Sassanid Persian Empire. He took a force of lightly armed desert tribesmen and dismantled a heavily armoured imperial war machine. The Persian governor, Hormuz, lay dead in the sand, and his elite soldiers, who had chained themselves together in a misguided display of arrogance, were slaughtered where they stood. For the emerging Muslim caliphate in Medina, it was a miraculous victory. It proved that the giant could bleed. But for the Sassanid Empire, the defeat at Kazima was not a mortal wound. It was an insult. News of the disaster rode swiftly north, carried by terrified survivors on foaming horses. It crossed the fertile plains of Iraq, past the great zigzagging canals of the Tigris and Euphrates, all the way to the imperial capital, Ctesiphon. The sprawling metropolis, with its towering white palace, was the beating heart of one of the world's two superpowers. Here, the defeat of Hormuz was met with stunned disbelief, followed instantly by incandescent rage. The Persian emperor realized that these desert nomads were no longer mere raiders. They were an invasion force, and the empire's response would be swift, brutal, and overwhelming. The Sassanid war machine began to turn. The emperor did not just want to defeat Khalid, he wanted to erase him. Orders were dispatched to assemble a massive new army. The gathering point was the great city of Ubula. Situated near the head of the Persian Gulf, Ubula was the jewel of the frontier, a massive commercial port known as the Gateway to India. It was incredibly wealthy, heavily fortified, and crucial to the empire's economy. To command this vengeance force, the emperor chose a man named Karim. Karim was everything Hormuz had been, and more. A high-ranking nobleman, a decorated general, and a man ablaze with the desire to restore Persian honor. He arrived at Ubula to find a city in chaos. The ragged survivors of the Battle of Chains were pouring in, telling nightmarish tales of the Muslim speed and ferocity. Karim rallied these broken men, integrating them into his fresh legions. The army Karim assembled was terrifying. It was larger than the force Khalid had just destroyed. It was equipped with the finest steel cuirasses, heavy shields, and deadly horse archers. Karim's strategy was simple. He knew Khalid was somewhere to the south, likely resting and dividing the spoils of Kazima. Karim would march out, use his superior numbers to crush the Arabs against the desert, and send Khalid's head back to Ctesiphon in a basket. The Sassanid giant had awakened, and it was hungry, but Khalid ibn al-Walid was not resting. One of Khalid's greatest gifts as a commander was his intelligence network. His scouts were everywhere, ghosts in the dunes, watching the roads, infiltrating the markets of the border towns. Before Karin's army had even finished assembling at Ubullah, Khalid knew they were there. Most commanders, having just fought a grueling battle against superior odds, would have retreated into the deep desert to recover. They would have drawn the enemy away from their supply lines. Khalid did the opposite. He knew that time favoured the Persians. Every day he waited, Karin's army grew stronger. Khalid realised the most dangerous course of action was also the only path to victory. He had to strike immediately. He had to hit Karin before the Persian general was ready to move. The order was given. The Muslim army, still tending their wounds from the Battle of Chains, mounted their camels and horses. They moved with that terrifying, characteristic speed that defined the early Muslim conquests. They bypassed strongpoints, ignored the beaten paths, and surged north toward Ubullah like a desert wind. General Karin was stunned. His scouts reported a massive dust cloud approaching rapidly from the south. The Arabs were attacking him. Karin scrambled to deploy his army outside the walls of Ubullah. He chose a battlefield near a major river, historically identified as a large canal of the Euphrates, known locally as the River of Blood. Karin, perhaps overconfident in his heavy infantry, made a critical tactical choice. He positioned his army with their backs to the river. In ancient warfare, this was sometimes done deliberately. The theory was that if soldiers had no avenue of retreat, they would fight with the desperation of doomed men. It was the same psychological logic as the chains of the previous battle. The Persian line was magnificent. Rank upon rank of glittering steel, discipline, and imperial power. Karin took the centre. On his wings were two other mighty generals, Kabad and Anushajan. Against them stood Khalid's force. Smaller, austere, their armour dust-caked, their only adornments their weapons, and their unshakable faith. Khalid surveyed the Persian line. He saw the river swirling behind them. He saw a general who had trapped his own army. Karin had built a cage for his men. Khalid intended to lock the door. The battle opened in the traditional manner of the era, the challenge of champions. The Persian commanders, eager to prove their individual valour and avenge Hormuz, rode out from the ranks. Karin himself, along with his wing commanders, Kabad and Anushajan, bellowed challenges to the Muslim line. It was a moment of high theatre. The roaring armies fell silent. Khalid ibn al-Walid did not hesitate. He rode out to meet Karin in the centre. Two of Khalid's toughest lieutenants rode out to meet the wing commanders. The duels were savage and shockingly brief. Khalid, a master swordsman in the prime of his life, parried Karin's opening strikes. With a movement too fast for the heavy Persian armour to counter, Khalid closed the distance. History records that within moments, Karin, the Emperor's vengeance, lay dead at Khalid's feet. Simultaneously on the flanks, the other two Persian generals were cut down by their Muslim opponents. In the span of a few heartbeats, the entire high command of the Persian army had been wiped out. A collective gasp, followed by a ripple of paralyzing terror, went through the Persian ranks. They had not yet cast a spear, and their leaders were gone. Khalid raised his bloodied sword and gave the signal. The Muslim army surged forward as one body. The Persian army, leaderless and demoralized, buckled under the initial impact. Discipline evaporated into panic. The instinct to flee took over. But there was nowhere to go. Behind them roared the deep waters of the Euphrates Canal. The front ranks tried to push back, but the rear ranks were pressed against the muddy banks. The Battle of River ceased to be a battle. It became a compression. The Muslim army, operating like a precision instrument, relentlessly pushed the disorganized mass of iron and flesh toward the water. Thousands were cut down on the banks. Thousands more, weighed down by their heavy armour, were shoved into the river and drowned. The waters of the canal turned red, carrying the broken might of the empire downstream toward the Persian Gulf. It was total annihilation. Khalid had not only defeated the reinforcements, he had captured Ubullah, the great port of the empire. The booty was staggering: gold, fine weapons, and Arabian horses that would fuel the next stage of the campaign. The gate to Iraq had been kicked wide open. But Khalid knew that Ctesiphon would not take this lying down. The sleeping giant was now fully awake, and it was screaming. The next army they sent would not be led by a mere governor or a disgraced general. The true war had only just begun. May 633 AD. The plains of Mesopotamia are burning. In the span of a few short weeks, the unthinkable has happened. 2 imperial armies of the Sassanid Empire have been annihilated. The Battle of Chains left their frontier guards shackled in the sand. The Battle of River turned the Euphrates red with the blood of their heavy infantry. For the Emperor Yezdegerd III in Ctesiphon, this was no longer a border raid. It was an existential crisis. The barefoot lizard eaters of the desert, as the Persian court arrogantly called them, had kicked down the door to the empire's breadbasket. The humiliation was unbearable. The strategic situation was critical. If Khalid ibn al-Walid was not stopped now, the road to the capital would be wide open. But empires do not fall easily. The Sassanid superpower, though exhausted by years of war with Rome, still possessed vast resources. The emperor ordered a full mobilization. He would not send just another army, he would send 2. He would overwhelm the desert commander with sheer numbers and sophisticated strategy. He would crush Khalid between the hammer and the anvil. As the Arab poet later wrote, "The lion does not sleep when the jackal enters his den. He wakes and he kills." This is the story of the Sassanid Empire's greatest attempt to destroy the sword of Allah. And it is the story of how Khalid ibn al-Walid responded with a tactical masterpiece, a maneuver so complex and so deadly that military historians compare it to Hannibal's triumph at Cannae. Welcome to the Battle of Walaja. The Persian strategy was sound. It relied on their greatest advantage, manpower. The emperor dispatched a massive new army under the command of Andarzaghar. Andarzaghar was not a court politician like Hormuz. He was a veteran governor of the frontier, a man who grew up fighting border skirmishes. He knew the Arabs. He respected their speed, and he intended to neutralize it. His orders were to march to Walaja, a location where the Tigris and Euphrates rivers narrow, creating a natural choke point. But Andarzaghar was only the bait. A second army, led by the legendary General Bahman, was marching south from Ctesiphon to join him. Bahman commanded the heavy imperial reserves, the iron core of the Sassanid military. The plan was simple. Andarzaghar would dig in at Walaja and lure Khalid into a stalemate. Once Khalid was pinned down, Bahman's army would arrive from the north, flanking the Muslims and crushing them against the river. It was a classic divide and conquer strategy. Khalid's intelligence network, the eyes of the desert, picked up the movement of these 2 leviathans. Khalid realized immediately that he was walking into a trap. If the 2 Persian armies united, their combined mass would be unstoppable. He had to move. Khalid gathered his commanders. The accounts tell us he looked at them and said, "We must strike the first enemy before the second can tie his sandals." Khalid ignored the second army. He pushed his men to the breaking point, racing across the scorching terrain to intercept Andarzaghar at Walaja before reinforcements could arrive. The Muslims arrived to find Andarzaghar waiting for them. The Persian general had chosen his ground well. He had deployed his massive force, estimated at 30,000 to 50,000 men, in a wide plain with a ridge of hills behind them to protect their rear. Andarzaghar was confident. He had the numbers, he had the terrain, and he knew help was on the way. He looked at the smaller, dust-covered Muslim force and reportedly said to his officers, "Let them come. They are like flies flying into a web. The more they struggle, the tighter we should bind them." The battlefield of Walaja was a flat plain, bordered by ridges. It was perfect for the heavy Persian infantry to form their shield wall and grind the lighter Arab force to dust. But Khalid saw something Andarzaghar did not. To the Persian general, the ridges behind the battlefield were a safety measure, a wall to protect his back. To Khalid, they were a weapon. The night before the battle, under the cover of a moonless sky, Khalid pulled off one of the most audacious gambits in military history. He took his two best cavalry commanders, Suwaid and Rafe, and gave them 4,000 horsemen, nearly half his cavalry strength. His orders were specific and terrifying. They were to ride wide, far around the Persian flanks, using the darkness and the gullies of the terrain to stay invisible. They were to position themselves behind the ridges at the rear of the Persian army. And then they were to wait. Khalid told them, "Do not show yourselves. Not when the battle starts, not when the swords clash. Wait until the enemy believes he has won. Wait for my signal." By dawn, the 4,000 horsemen had vanished into the landscape. To the Persians looking across the field, Khalid's army appeared dangerously small. His centre looked thin, his flanks looked weak. It was exactly what Khalid wanted them to see. The sun rose over the larger. The drums of the Sassanid army began to beat, a slow, rhythmic thunder that shook the ground. Andarzaghar ordered the advance. Thousands of Persian heavy infantrymen, clad in chainmail and carrying tall rectangular shields, began the march. The Battle of Walaja had begun. The collision was deafening. The lighter Muslim infantry, armed with spears and swords, met the heavy Persian wall. For hours the battle was a stalemate of brutality. The Persians fought with the discipline of a superpower. They pushed forward, step by bloody step, their sheer weight driving the Muslims back. Khalid, commanding from the centre, watched the lines carefully. He could see the exhaustion setting in on his own men. He could see the Persian confidence growing. It was time for the second phase of his plan. Khalid issued a counterintuitive order. The centre must retreat. This was not a rout, it was a controlled withdrawal. The Muslim centre began to give ground, stepping back, fighting, and stepping back again. To Andarzaghar, watching from his command post, this looked like the beginning of the end. The Arabs were breaking. Their line was bending backward into a crescent shape. The scent of victory is a powerful intoxicant. Andarzaghar abandoned caution. He ordered his wings to swing inward, pouring everything he had into the centre to shatter the Muslim line once and for all. The Persian army compressed. They crowded together, shoulder to shoulder, pushing into the concave pocket Khalid had created. They were so focused on the men in front of them, they forgot to look at the hills behind them. The trap was set. The enemy was fully committed. The Persian army was now shaped like a dense ball, pushing deep into the Muslim formation. Khalid raised his sword. The signal was given. From behind the ridge, a sound emerged that froze the blood of the Persian rear guard. Not the sound of wind, but the thunder of 16,000 hooves. Suwaid and Rafe, the hidden commanders, crested the hills. They did not pause. They charged down the slope like an avalanche of steel. Allahu Akbar! The cry rang out from the rear. The Persian soldiers in the back ranks turned around, eyes widening in horror. They expected safety. They found heavy cavalry charging at full gallop. The impact was catastrophic. The Muslim cavalry smashed into the exposed rear of the Sassanid army. At the exact same moment, Khalid halted his retreating center. The broken Muslim infantry suddenly planted their feet, locked their shields, and pushed back with renewed fury. The trap snapped shut. The double envelopment was complete. The Persian army was surrounded on all sides. In front, the Muslim infantry. Behind, the Muslim cavalry. On the flanks, Khalid's light horsemen closed the circle. It was a tactical miracle. A smaller force had completely encircled a larger one. Chaos erupted inside the Persian ranks. The men in the center couldn't swing their swords because they were pressed so tightly against their comrades. The men in the rear were being cut down by lances they couldn't see coming. Panic is contagious. It spreads faster than fire. Andazagar tried to rally his men, shouting, "Stand fast! Break through!" But his voice was lost in the screams of the dying. The disciplined imperial army dissolved into a terrified mob. It became a slaughter. The Battle of Walaja effectively ended, and the massacre of Walaja began. Historical sources tell us the killing lasted until sunset. The precision of the encirclement meant that very few Persians escaped. Andazagar, the man who had boasted of binding the Arabs like flies, managed to break out with a small bodyguard. But his fate was perhaps crueler than his soldiers. He fled into the deep desert, hoping to reach Ctesiphon. He lost his way. The desert, which he had failed to respect, claimed him. He died of thirst, alone in the sands, while his army lay dead in Walaja. The victory was absolute. Khalid ibn al-Walid had destroyed the third Persian army in a row. He had executed a maneuver that military academies would study for 1,000 years. As the dust settled, Khalid stood over the battlefield. The loot was immense. Gold, silver, fine armor, and supplies meant to feed the empire. He gathered his exhausted, blood-stained warriors. They were simple tribesmen, far from home, staring at wealth beyond their wildest dreams. But Khalid knew the war was not over. The second army, the one led by Barmi, was still out there. The emperor's rage had not been extinguished. It had been fueled. Just a few days' march away, at a place called Ulais, the Persians were gathering every last man, woman, and auxiliary they could find. They were no longer fighting for victory. They were fighting for survival. May 633 AD. The Sassanid Empire is bleeding. 3 armies sent, 3 armies destroyed. The disaster at Walaja wasn't just a defeat, it was a humiliation. In the capital city of Ctesiphon, the mood has shifted from arrogance to terror. The Emperor Yazdegerd III is no longer looking at a border raid, he is looking at the end of his world. But the Persian lion is wounded, not dead, and a wounded lion is the most dangerous creature on earth. The Emperor orders a general levy, a total mobilization. Every man who can hold a spear is summoned. He calls upon the Christian Arab tribes of the region, the Baka, the Ejli, the Rabia, tribes that know the desert just as well as Khalid does, tribes that want revenge for their fallen kinsmen at Walaja. He places this massive, vengeful coalition under the command of a new general, Jaban. Jaban is not a politician, he is a survivor, and he has orders to stop the Muslims at a place called Ulais, or die trying. Khalid ibn al-Walid, the sword of Allah, is marching to meet him, but Khalid doesn't know that Ulais will not be won with a clever trick. There will be no flanking maneuvers today, no psychological warfare. Ulais will be a meat grinder, a test of pure savage endurance. Before the sunset, Khalid will lead a charge to the enemy that will change the fate of empires forever. Welcome to the Battle of the River of Blood. The location is Ulais, a fertile strip of land sandwiched between the desert and the Euphrates River. The Persian army arrives first. It is a massive force. Historians estimate over 70,000 men when combining the imperial soldiers and the vengeful Arab tribes. They are tired, they are angry, but they are also strangely confident. Why? Because they have the numbers, and they are fighting with their backs to the river, but this time they believe it is an advantage. They have nowhere to run, so they must fight. When Jaban, the Persian commander, sees Khalid's army approaching in the distance, he does something that baffles military historians to this day. It is midday. The sun is high. His soldiers are hungry. Jaban looks at the approaching enemy and he orders his men to put down their weapons and eat lunch. He tells them, "Let us dine. The Arabs have marched far. They are tired. They will not attack until we are finished." It was the last meal thousands of them would ever see. The scouts of Khalid ibn al-Walid saw this and reported. They are sitting. They are eating. Khalid doesn't wait for his men to catch their breath. He doesn't wait to form complex lines. He draws his sword, points it at the feasting army, and roars a single command. "Ya Allah, attack!" The Muslim army slams into the Persian camp like a tidal wave. Panic erupts. Persian soldiers scramble to throw aside their plates and grab their swords. General Jaban is screaming orders, trying to form a line, trying to salvage the disaster. The Sassanids are professionals. Even caught with food in their mouths, they are deadly. They manage to form a shield wall. The Arab tribesmen alongside them fight with a fury born of vengeance. The surprise attack fails to break them. The lines lock together, and the easy victory Khalid hoped for vanishes. What follows is not a battle of tactics, it is a brawl. At Walaja, Khalid won with his mind. At Ulay, he has to win with his hands. For hours, the two armies hack at each other under the blistering sun. The Muslim army is exhausted from the march. The Persian army is fighting for its life. The historians describe the fighting as fierce as any battle in the history of mankind. No one gives an inch. Every time the Muslims push, the Persians push back. The casualties are mounting. The heat is suffocating. Khalid rides up and down the line, throwing himself into the fray, trying to break the deadlock. Persian wall holds. These are not the terrified conscripts of the first battle. These are men who know that if they lose here, their families in the cities behind them will be next. It is mid-afternoon. The Muslims are faltering. Khalid sees the exhaustion in his men's eyes. He sees the sheer mass of the enemy. For the first time in the campaign, victory is not certain. He pulls his horse back from the front, runs back to the battlefield. But he is different now. The calculation is gone. Only the killer remains. He charges back into the centre. He leads his elite guard, the Mubarizun, directly at the Persian commander Jaban. The ferocity of the attack breaks the stalemate. Khalid